Fremont Calais. Neil Blackfeather.
Here.
William Marshall.
Here.
Oh, is Neil on this? William Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Fredericks. Eileen Schott. Martha Blue Thunder. Sherry Wright Plank. Norman Rennan Sr.
Oh.
Emily Pilsenwater.
Here.
Raymond Corrigal.
Here.
Sarah Ayatt. Here. Donna Hollowhorn Bear. Dwight Spotted
No.
Oh.
Oh. Fremont, we invocation?
Găsile, văcantă că, okay, pentru mine cu cliente de tipul aici am luat așa. Leona, omeniți un cheau de client așa. Okay, oca ne dă o leze,ște unici la pelot așa. Si ciò o spaia che lei da gruppo sta per hegge fatta che il suta un cipelot așa la hegge fatta che de o crea un gena de un sta un cipelot așa. De a pe că tot chi se le așa la o e toda. Aște unice la pelot așa. Avem pentru că le da o și a hoalo o mitacă asta.
Hey ha yo hey, hey ha yo hey, hey yo, hey ha yo hey lo, hey yo hey lo, hey 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 hey, hey ha yo hey yo, hey ha yo hey hey yo, hey ha yo hey yo, hey ha yo hey lo. Hey, 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 Lord. Oka shema yape kawa pahakena ohe hakeshni leina ji ero. Hey, 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 o klate ya. O ya teki haya wichi chami klacha. Le chamo eloyo, ayelo. Oh, clap.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, council, yesterday we left off at, well, let's get the excuses for today. Anybody call in, secretary?
Micah this morning, Wayne Frederick.
This morning, they're gonna come in on an AM, so, is there anybody else that needs to be excused sometime today? Lisa?
Board Council Administration, yes, if that could be excused, maybe around 1:30 or 2.
Okay. Martha?
Good morning, Council Administration, requesting to be excused at 2 o'clock.
Okay, we have, Micah's gonna be gone this morning, and Wayne's gonna be gone in the morning. Lisa's gonna needs to be excused at 1:30. Martha needs to be excused at 2 o'clock. Anybody else? Vanessa?
Stan called again.
Stan? For the whole day?
Where's he at? He was gonna be running late. Running late.
Okay, Stan's gonna be late. Okay. We need a motion for approve the excuses. Norman, second by Steve, question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
13,
opposed,
0,
not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we go on with the agenda. Yesterday, we left off at communities. Is there any more community business before we move on? Ray, go ahead.
Good morning, good morning, council administration. Good morning, everyone listening. I just want to clarify my motion again that I made last week, just in case nobody heard it yesterday, but it was just an exploratory motion. It was to send back to committee. It was to see if it was feasible. We have current laws and ordinances in place that have salary increases for our employees, but nothing for elected officials. Now, we just honored a lot of individuals last month who are educated, who would be great leaders around this table, but as salary increases for employees, this body's remaining the same. So it's just, I wanted to see where we're at, the history behind it, and my community would like to see it as well, and it'll be just good discussion to have. There is a process before that all gets implemented by the Constitution. It has to come back with the resolution, get passed by this body, be published for 30 days before it takes effect. So I just wanted to clarify that again, and let everybody know that nobody got any money, nobody got a wage increase. It was just an exploratory motion that got sent to a committee. I don't think nothing's wrong with doing that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah.
Good morning, Council Oyate. I need some help with my community concerning our community chair. He termed out, but according to the election committee, you know, he cannot be seated, but he has been, and it's causing conflict within our community. Some elders were disrespected really bad. It's not very good for community relations. It's very sad. So I would like some help. Maybe if, I don't know who to go to, because we've gone to the election committee. They've already made a statement, but yet there's still a lot of conflict. So I need some help with that. I don't know who to go to, but we need some help there. We've asked for it directly in the meeting and we got silence. So I felt bad for the elders. Their feelings were hurt. They're older women and they were talked to in a very demeaning way. And I felt very bad because they didn't have any men there to stick up for them, and it was a man that was talking down to them. So I really need some help with that, and I'd like some help for Swift Bend community. Thank you.
Council, that was kind of I don't know, I think that probably needs to be clarified. We have a chairman that's been termed out, but there's nobody else that run. So he's continuing to be the chairman. So it's something that we need to probably resolve and help them resolve that over there. If it's okay to do it, or if it's not okay to do that. So we need some type of opinion. I don't know who to send it to. Probably the AG. Yep. Okay.
Okay, thank you, because there was people that were trying to run, but bullying is pretty hard, and in that meeting, it came off very strong. And I'm related by blood to the ones who were bullying, so I was very taken back, and I had asked for help from the higher up that was sitting there with us, and we didn't get any. And so, you know, it's hard enough to sit around here and argue, but to have your community that puts us here in turmoil is even worse. So I would like the election committee to stand firm wherever they're standing. And, you know, if the AG has to give his input, I would like that, because it's not good. Thank you.
Any other community business? Now we'll go on to Attorney General. I called Attorney General this morning, and he's going to be in meetings all day long. He said he was prepared to give his report when we had the presentations for broadband and 105 leasing. And I'll take responsibility for that, because I told him that we probably wouldn't get to him because we had those presentations. So he was ready to give it that day. But I went and told him to not come over because we probably wouldn't get to him anyway. So that's how that turned out. Lisa?
What meetings is he having today?
He's having in Nebraska some type of meetings. He's down and recruiting people for Rosebud. He's been
For what?
for judges and prosecutors and other positions that are people that are leaving. So
Okay, because he's missed his report months before, prior to this, and I just wanted on the record that he came unprepared, and it just makes me wonder if he even makes his own court appearances. So
okay.
So I mean, he usually sends an emailed written report, and we haven't seen anything. So we don't even know what he's working on, and even if we can assign anything to him, if he'll even do it. So just my opinion.
Okay.
Can I say something? This is Eileen.
I think
Daryl, then Eileen.
I had needed some help from some tribal members that live off reservation. And I believe he's at the Nebraska Bar Association meeting. He needs it to stay current with his credentials. So if we want proper legal representation for our tribe, which is a multi-million-dollar corporation running off 35,000 members, we need to back him up to get those credentials set. So for the record, I know he might have some sketch on the background, but we all do. So let's just keep that in mind when we headhunt like that. Let him do his job, please. He gets a lot of backlash, and I'm not taking up for him personally. I'm taking up for that credential that we need to stand guard for us as Rosebud Sioux tribal members. So thank you.
Eileen, then Cher.
We got that, we got his report. Did everybody not get that report? It was a big, thick report. Maybe everybody didn't get it.
Yeah, he told me he sent it out to everybody, so hopefully everybody got it.
Yeah, so, that tells a lot in there, and him not being here explains what he, if he was here, he would go through that. We just need to read it. So just kind of saying that we got it, and maybe some didn't get it. Thank you.
Okay, Cher.
I was just gonna say that he's at the Bar Association meeting in Nebraska, and that's why he couldn't be here.
He said he had talked to some people that would be like a team, husband and wife team that might be willing to come to Rosebud to do work for us. So he's also trying to recruit people to come to Rosebud. So
Yeah, I visited with him this morning, and I let him know that council wants to see and hear from him, and he said that he was going to be at this Bar Association meeting, and that he gave us notice, and he said he was ready to report on the 28th, but was told that he wasn't going to be, that they weren't going to get to him. So I just wanted to share that, because whenever you guys have concerns, since I'm on Judiciary Committee, I always follow up and make sure to call him and let him know that what council's needs and wants are. Thank you, council.
Lisa.
Does the attorney know, or can probably give us some information on how many cases Rosebud actually has in Nebraska? That he needs to take his time away off from there. So, I mean, he could be addressing the community issues here.
I'll ask. I think it's part of his continuing education just to maintain his state licensure. Sorry, I can't talk today. And he is also trying to do recruiting too, because when he attends the South Dakota State Bar Association meetings, he did say that there isn't that big of a pool for recruitment. And so he's down there for two things too. He's also trying to recruit. And since we are losing our prosecutor, yeah.
So does the tribe pay for his bar license in Nebraska too?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I think we could probably cover it, but if we have a lot of cases on it that he makes appearances at, I don't know, that's what I'm wondering, but.
I think that's kind of written into his contract when they start, so I don't know if that was written in there or not, but,
I'll clarify those questions for you. Yeah, and just for clarification, I'm not headhunting either. I'm just asking for clarification too on as to why he hasn't been here. Yeah. I will get those answers for you, Councilwoman.
okay, let's go on to budget and finance. Is there any business for budget and finance? Do we have resolutions, motions?
I think a lot of our resolutions were emergency legislation that we covered when we did have council on the 4th and on those days.
Yeah, all the special meetings, I think we've done those as emergency legislation, so we probably, that's why we don't have a whole lot on the table up there, so. Jordan, do you have a comment, question?
I actually have a motion from Economic and Development to forward the recommendation for the cannabis consultant. So budget finance can start the process of finding the funds for that.
Okay,
I just put name on file, and then I'll forward them that, and whenever they get approved, then I'll come back to council for approval.
you wanna
Can
make,
you put that on our agenda for the next meeting?
you state, are you making a motion, is that what you said? Can you repeat that again, so make sure she gets it down right?
Motion to forward the recommendation for cannabis consultant from the Economic Development Committee to Budget and Finance to find the funds.
Okay. Second by Ray, question by Sheriff. Well, was there any discussion before you got asked for the question? Not then, question by Sheriff. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
Good morning, council and administration. Where are we at with our reading?
We had our first reading and I think we were just waiting to get the numbers again for the second reading, so, the first hearing's the what?
The public hearing's the 21st.
21st, okay.
And then if that goes through, then we're gonna do our final reading on the 26th.
Okay,
And then it will be legal.
well, that's good.
Thank you.
Okay, Lisa?
Just for information wise too, we are going to reschedule the budget and finance meeting scheduled for tomorrow because of the tribal leaders meeting and the preparation for the visit on Saturday. So, but when you have a meeting, can you give us the, okay.
Sure.
I just wanted to,
Request on that?
ask if tomorrow, if the Budget and Finance Committee, if you all are, going to address a lot of the budget shortfalls. I know we talked about it here and you probably are all getting a lot of people and directors reaching out saying that they're worried about their budgets. I didn't want to, tell them the wrong thing. I guess maybe we should come out with some sort of a statement. I know, Lisa, you informed us that when we did the budget and you all approved the budget, that it did not include our dividend from TLE or Redco, and that we also have a plan with some loss of revenue funds. So I don't know if we should send a memo out or what's your suggestion?
You know, we had to take that 15% cut just to make our budget balance. And we didn't include those dividends because of the issues going on with them and with our audits, receiving our audits from both TLE and Redco. So that's why I stated when I made the motion to approve the budgets that we'll revisit the budgets once revenue increases. Revenue being those dividends and anything else that may come in. Cannabis sales or discretionary. Thank you, Lisa.
Anything else for budget and finance? We have a motion on the floor. Have a second. We need a question. No. Question by Norman. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
16,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Anything else for budget and finance?
Natasha?
Was that Tennille or?
Janine.
Tennille, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have one thing. The Judiciary Committee made a motion a while back to give JDC some honorariums, and as of this date, they still have not received them. So that's something that I would like to see the Budget and Finance Committee look into to make sure that the staff from JDC gets their honorariums. Thank you.
Okay. Ray?
Just one more thing for budget and finance when you guys meet in regards to the cannabis stuff. I think some of us talked about like a logo contest, a naming contest for a dispensary where people can submit. So if you guys could identify some money and maybe for a contest for our tribal members to submit designs and whatnot for our dispensary, if you guys can discuss that, that'd be good.
I got one item, yesterday I got a text message from Bob Oliver, EPP, director. He's saying he has like 40 cords of wood that's, he can find and purchase, but he doesn't have the money to do it. I think he's asking for, he's gonna take it to budget and finance, but he was asking for like $7,200 to purchase that for EPP purposes. We never know when it's going to actually get cold. Sometimes it gets cold earlier in October, sometime later. I think it even snowed in November one time. I mean, September, but, just want you to consider that. Maybe, we can take it back to budget finance and get him some money for wood, but. Go ahead, Jordan.
I just have another question. So the community budget's gonna be okay with the budget cuts that happen?
Yeah, the community budgets never change. They'll be the same allocations every month, so.
Thank you.
You just have to have your budget approved by your community to start accessing.
Okay, we have, nothing else for budget and finance. Let's go on to Community Presence Association. Do we need that honor, or do we need to start contacting the president of the association to have them come in and do I know they requested to be on the agenda at one time, but, we never have anybody here, so, it's kind of council's decision. If they want to have them start coming in, I will start calling them. Economic Development Committee.
Wayne isn't here, so I'm the vice, so I wanted to give council an update. We had, a company approach us regarding a platform for, our tribe to be able to start utilizing. And I thought that he was gonna present today, but I guess I just wanted to see if we could get him, on the schedule to present to us. It was very exciting. The platform, it would offer each tribal member the ability to log in to a portal, to sign up and have access to all of our tribal documents that are public. And we could even utilize it to track our fleet. We could utilize it to register voters. We could use it to, there were so many things we could use it for. We could use it to track our veterans. We could use it to, by track our veterans, I mean, see how many veterans we have that are active. They could log in and sign up themselves. We could even utilize it for enrollment. A lot of the tribes that are years ahead of us as far as technology and funding are already using this company. And Pine Ridge started using it. They're just now going to start using it. It is spendy, but it's worth it. And this company also hosted the elections in the state of Georgia one year. And we were told that we could possibly host our elections through that if we ever chose to. So I know that would cause a lot of changes and whatnot, but it's just saying a possibility for the future. It's something that this tribe really needs. We talked about cloud-based information. So it's something that I think we really need to be able to have access and to reduce the usage of paper as well. So there's so much more things that could use. Do you think that you would be able to schedule him in, Itancha?
What's his name again?
Let me look.
Bryce.
Yes.
Bryce Sutherland. Okay, and if you can give me a contact, I will certainly try to get him in here. But along with any kind of improvements as far as going paperless and that kind of stuff, you know, we all probably could use some type of training and getting into that stuff too. So a lot of us are not that savvy as far as when it comes to technology. So we got to take that into consideration too. So,
Okay.
But it's a good idea.
Thank you.
Anything else for economic development?
Yes, I have a motion here to reconsider and amend 22-251.
What's that in regards to?
I'm looking at it here. It's in regards to we already went over this.
What is it?
It's the contract for broadband.
Oh, okay, that
You
was,
brought it up.
we had a meeting yesterday over at IT with, SRD, the guy named, Arthur Heffernan. He's the I-9 person that's actually gonna do the integration of all the equipment once the construction part's done. And he gave a presentation over there yesterday. And And, they SRD wanted to come back in at around 11 or 11:15 during, I thought we'd get to economic development a little bit later. But they want to come in about 11:15 and talk to the council about some of the amendments that we need to do to the resolution. So when they come in, can we save that and you come back to it?
Okay,
And then we'll have them present that. So,
okay.
okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? If not, we'll go on to Education Committee. Okay, got one resolution up there for emergency legislation. Do we have anybody from Education Committee to present today, the resolution? Okay. See what was gonna be the number? 296. 296. Okay, Jordan, you want to bring this on as emergency legislation? The number is 296. Okay, need a second? Share. Question by Steve. All in favor, bring it on as emergency legislation.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Janelle?
Yes.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion to approve, 296.
Motion to approve.
Need a second? Share, go ahead.
Let's start at the sixth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe, through its education code and tribal education department, is increasingly concerned about the education of its children through the public school system and Bureau of Indian Education program. And whereas RST Ordinance 9305, Section 6, the Health Administration is delegated the powers and duties to protect Rosebud Sioux tribal members and data from the other entities, organizations, and companies, including the protection of our cultural resources such as language, history, land, surveys of data, and school surveys. And whereas the RST Sioux Department was charged with the development of an educational IRB process to address higher educational research by the RST Education Committee. Whereas a representative from the Education Committee and staff of the Education Department created a partnership with SGU to develop a process for reviewing higher education research in the fields of education as well as the social, behavior, physical sciences, but excluding biomedical related research. And whereas the committee members of Higher Education Review Board, HERB, have higher education research experience expertise, and additionally will include a cultural knowledge keeper appointed by RST Education Committee. And whereas for any educational research applications deemed beyond the scope of HERB, the Education Committee is authorized to review such research applications and determine approval, denial, or decision to refer such research application directly to the RST Tribal Council for their decision. Whereas HERB has been developed to review higher education research proposals according to standard higher education research practices while adhering to cultural expectations and norms. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council recognizes and approves the authority of the Higher Education Research Review Board, HERB, to review, approve, deny, or refer incoming research applications within the Sioux traditional homelands, including the communities of the Rosebud Reservation and the field of education, as well as social, behavior, physical sciences, excluding biomedical related research.
Discussion. Pam, go ahead.
I have a question. Has any of this gone through, health board or through, our treaty council?
This is the first time I'm seeing it, so it's an emergency, so I'm thinking it probably hasn't.
Okay, I think it needs to go back through our treaty council because, we, under our treaty of, 18, I believe it's 68, correct me if I'm wrong on the number, but there's education is inside of that. And, I think that treaty would, would have a lot more input as far as, what exactly this is going to entail in depth. We're trying to save our language. We're fighting against the state on involving our culture inside of our education system. So I think it should go through either treaty or through health board, something.
Okay, Derek, go ahead.
Good morning again. It does have a health board representative. He's a Washichu guy that came to the meeting. This would be a good idea to go through treaty. I agree. As far as if you read it, like right now, for those of you who take graduate studies, get your master's degree, you need the IRB, and it's really difficult to get that here on our reservation. We hinder our own progress. So this was comprised of some very educated individuals, and a lot of Sichungu are sitting on this council as well. And, we need this. So it would be good if we get the proper representation to give their input. Russell came to that last meeting and, he was able to speak on it as well. This is something that is dire for our people. If we want to advance ourselves, if we want to take ourselves into the next century as educated Lakota, we need this. It's, if we don't pass it, we hinder our own academic embarkments, and you'll be hindering mine as well. So I just want to put that out there because there's a lot of us who are furthering our education, and this IRB stops us. So, it's something that's been looked at for a long time. It's been put through a lot of channels, and so the work that they've put into it is very respectable. And I pray that we all give it some thought when we think about the future of those who are continuing their higher education, because it's very difficult here on the reservation to get hired with that education. So don't stop people from their dreams.
Sure.
Thank you.
Russell,
Good points.
next.
I do think it's important that those people are involved, that the treaty council is involved. I do believe that during the meeting, I attended this education meeting because I was presenting something, else. But when the committee spoke, or the people who were presenting this spoke from SGU, they did mention that they do not feel that they have the capacity to be an IRB for each area, each field. And their suggestion was to create an IRB for health and for historic preservation. And this is for education only. And I guess that was my interpretation of it. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Russell.
Right here, you have to do what kind of issues up. Yeah, this is, had a good discussion on education. And one of the things that we've been looking at as a tribe here is IRB, and we had some discussion on it, some dialogue, and as part of, the original resolution, and didn't have this, whereas in it, but it does, for any educational resource application deemed beyond the scope of HERB, the Education Committee is authorized to review such research application, determine approval, denial, or decision to refer such research application directly to RST Tribal Council. And I'm glad to have that language in there because I know they have an educational component going on with SBU. But anything beyond that, they have the authority to review and then make recommendations back to the tribal council for final approval. So that, I'm game for that. We do need a RRB here on the reservation, and we directed, I believe, somebody from the health board to develop something. I think he was on staff up there at health board. But anyway, they got to do score, and then when it comes to treaties, the last therefore be resolved. It gives the Higher Education Research Review Board to review, approve, deny, or refer incoming research applications within Sioux traditional homelands, and that's where our treaty can be involved. You know, we cannot speak for those Shakon per se, because we, you know, the only decisions that we have is here. But, and it also includes community on the reservation and in the field of education, as well as social, behavioral, physical science, including biochemical related research. So to me, you know, where this language kind of covers all that. I mean, that you can refer it back to the treaty, but it still gives us that authority. You know, we can go beyond. Just like if we want to do something up at Fairview, you know, we own some land. So if we want to do something at Peshla, we can do those things because we have that authority. And you know, to me, it covers it. Not, you know, it's kind of in a broader sense, but it does cover that. I would think, and we do need to get moving on this quickly. I would think. So that's kind of my 2 cents for this particular resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Jordan and Lisa.
Thank you. So for the members on there, we can amend that and put an RST or a treaty council member on there. That way then they're a part of the board as well. That's always a possibility. We're just trying to do this because we had a bunch of requests coming through, and then through health board, they didn't know where to send them. Like Skyla didn't know where to send them, and we have people waiting to try to do their research papers that go to school at Big Leshka. So that's kind of where this came from, because they don't have anywhere to go to start the process to do those papers, because we created that IRB board, no education portion of that. So that's kind of the background of it. And we do need to get it going so these people can start their research papers on that, and they're college students at our local university. So yeah, and the members, I'll add a member to the treaty council as a part of the membership.
Say that in one of the whereas where you can do that, or?
No, it's the membership portion of
Okay.
HERB. I'll just put it in
All right.
there, and then I'll let
Okay.
Laura know.
All right. Lisa?
Through health board, we did pass a resolution establishing an IRB, and that consists of 3 members, and one of them is Dr. Warren. I can't remember. I think there might be somebody from SGU, and I can't remember the 3rd member. But they are addressing issues such as, you know, cultural trauma. They kind of went into the mental health part because there were surveys trying to go out to the schools regarding the boarding school. So we included that kind of stuff in there. So if Madam Secretary can look up that resolution that we passed, I think that was back in August or July maybe. And it was referred up from the health board. We did pass it through here in council, but maybe we could take a look at that and have one of those IRB members be on this one too, because we don't have a bunch of IRB committees, and they can kind of work together, because our IRB too that we established through health board also protects our data. and our information collected from these research people wanting to come and do research papers for their PhD or their dissertations. So maybe could we pull that and take a look at it and kind of see how how they can kind of mingle together and maybe have one of those members be on this board too or something, because it's just so they can cover all areas. Because ours, we're going into the schools too. I think there were people wanting to go do student surveys and everything. So if we have two of them established, I don't know. But maybe they could work with our own IRB that we have. So I would like to table this until we can look at that other resolution and just see if we can
Okay,
pull it.
there's a motion to table 296, until they can come back
Yeah.
with some more information.
We can have Kim pull it and we could just look over it here,
I found it. You want me to go get it real quick?
Yeah,
Okay.
just so we could take a look at both of
Well,
them.
let's continue the discussion then. Russell and then Cher.
You know, we had during that education meeting, they did bring that resolution to our attention. And, we directed by resolution to House Board to develop this. But then the person that was working on that collaborated with the experts. And this is the end result of their collaboration, and they brought it here. So nothing to take away from that particular resolution. To me, they worked on it together, and went to the experts and brought this resolution back. That's the way I understood it that day when I was at education. So, the guy, I can't remember the boy's name, but he's works for health and yeah. There you go. And so he's the one, he was part of the meeting here. And so, it's not like we're taking anything away from anyone. It just,
Maybe they could work together.
oh, I'm sure that was the intent.
Yeah, one from IRB can be listed on here to be included in this. So,
I can put it on there as a member as well.
yeah, let's take a look at the other resolutions, see what that. Can't figure out who our board members are on that one.
Yeah, go ahead, Cher.
Thank you. I think, I wonder if we could have an overarching board where there's, a member from each of these IRBs that are a part of that one board. Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we can,
She thought Jackson was on our board, or the health admin board. So
yeah,
maybe just find out.
yeah, I think he is. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Instead of sitting here, can we take 10? Okay, let's take 10 and then we'll give them a chance to, yeah, yeah.
Doing 20.
Ish.
Right, so good.
For me, all weekend whack. Good, we did it.
96. We have another resolution that was passed out on another IRB that we had created. We got to decide if they're going to work together, collaborate, or if we're going to just go with one. That's kind of the discussion that we need to have. So, Lisa, do you want to get up and talk about the board that was created by the health board?
Yeah, we passed out the 2022-76, and this was the IRB established by the health board. And this one was also drafted and put together by Jackson. And it kind of covers at the last whereas the things that they're including to review within that board. I just spoke with Skyla, and she's going to call Jackson to see if there's a way that we can mingle these two together. If he's going to sit on this her board too. IRB board? Okay. So I'm just waiting for a call back from her. She's going to visit with Jackson and see, because he's been kind of pulled in several different directions on establishing IRB boards. So, I mean, are we going to want an IRB board for different areas, or are we just going to want one that will cover everything? So, or if we could mingle them together and just have a member from one of the boards be on all boards. It's kind of how we want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. But this one right here is 2276 is strictly mental health, the human services, and the biomedical part. So that's a totally different, separate situation from what we're trying to get past today. And yes, they can collaborate, and they have, as Jackson is on that board. I don't know where the perplexion is coming from, but it's a collaborative effort, but they're two different things, because one concerns the mental health and well-being of the people, and the other one goes to the social and economic well-being, which is through our education. So although they're both through the education departments, they both have different focuses, and each one focuses on different areas. The one that we're trying to pass today has a lot to do with where we're going academically. The IRB for this mental health, this is for like Colorado State University, when they came in and they just like mass surveyed everybody. So I guess we'll sit and wait.
I guess if I was to give a recommendation, I would encourage the council to pass this resolution today, and then have them get together at a later date to see if it's conflicting with what the IRB boards, if they're conflicting or not. So go ahead, Jordan.
I guess I'm along the line with my colleague, right, Plank, was when she was saying that we need an overseeing IRB, because we do need different components, because education is different from culture. So we need that separation and people on those boards to see the difference in those, and then maybe we can have a chair in each one, and then they can be another committee that oversees. That way we have that constant communication.
Okay, we have a motion to approve 2022. It says 2023 on there, but I don't know if anybody caught that or not. 2022-296. We have a second. Is there any more discussion on the resolution? Russell?
Yeah, I think we always miss my color radically. We have a tendency to kick the can down the road. You always made that comment, but we do need a IRB for educational purposes, right. But we do need another one and for our tribe. But now, in order to expedite this resolution can cover, and I'm assuming health administration is, again, they hired that young man to develop it, but there's still it's going to take some time for this if you want to follow this particular resolution. This one here covers what presented here. And down the road, maybe we do need one at some point just for our tribe, but we're not there yet. This particular resolution will get us there. I mean, that's the way I sense the whole scenario. So I really don't want to,
Stop the process.
stop the process, you know, because we do need it. I mean, it's gonna get worse here on the Rosebud, you know, when it comes to outsiders coming in here wanting something from you
Right.
or us, you know.
Share.
Just reading through them, they don't look like they're conflicting. They look like they align side by side. So, if we could move forward with, the vote on this, and if it votes, if the majority of council is in favor of it, maybe we could direct the Governmental Affairs Committee to start creating a resolution to link them all together so that they're working together, if that pleases the council. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I guess we'll vote on it. I'll call for the question. Dara. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Online, Eileen?
Yes. 17,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, go ahead, Jordan.
I have another one.
Okay.
I just need to amend 2022-154.
2022-154.
Yeah. I need to read the whole thing?
Need to make a motion to reconsider 2022-154 and amend it.
I move
Okay, need a second. Sure.
the amount.
Go ahead and, got a second, so go ahead and,
Start at the third, whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe is the grantee of the Sichungu Lakota Oyate Head Start Early Head Start program. Whereas the program is requesting approval for the 2022-2023 Early Head Start consolidated grant application in the amount of $1,110,197. And whereas the Early Head Start consolidated grant application includes program operations at $1,070,078 and training and technical assistance at $40,119. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves of the Early Head Start consolidated grant application for the 2022-2023 school year for $1,110,197.
okay, any discussion on this? Not, we need a question. Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Online, Eileen?
17,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Go ahead, Jordan.
Then, I don't know if you've seen the email, but I think Vonda sent you an email about self-governance training that we need to complete.
I just was informed by the secretary that on November 1st, our self-governance, Mabel Jones, I think she might be coming down again on November 1st, to give our governance training to the tribal council. And so we'll set up a special meeting for November 1st.
Thank you.
Okay? Russell?
Before education goes off, before they finish up, and some of the members that were there at that particular meeting, maybe they can enlighten us too, but one of the things I picked up, you know, just dialogue going with some of the experts, some of the people who know information, you know, we do a lot of our stuff from in the turn of the century up until even during the reorganization period, a lot of documents left the reservation. They talked about St. Francis Mission, for an example. You know, most of their their material is sitting in, Marquette University. They hold some of our data, so to speak. Smithsonian Institute also sitting on a lot of our data. And at some point, we need to recover those. You know, we have a ancient elephant sitting over at School of Mines that belong to the Rosebud Sioux tribe. You know, those things are out there, and we have ownership of those, but you know, we need to go back and really seriously review some of the things that left here, you know, prior to this. And I think we need to seriously look at that and try to recover some of those data or material or writing. I mean, a good example of that is Father Bugle critiqued the written alphabet system. He created a dictionary. And who, you know, gave him that authority? So obviously somebody from Rosebud did at that time. And it's widely published, and we use it too. I mean, it's good, it's something to have in terms of trying to learn a language. But those things are out there, and I don't know who, I'm assuming it's the Catholic diocese or Catholic people still have the copyright to that. I mean, those things are out there right now, and at some point we need to get a handle on that and start doing some research to bring it back. The Bureau was sitting here the other day, and I was going to ask that question, but you know, my mind kind of left me. I was stuck on another Lakota word to tell you this morning, but anyway, you know, they have all that data stored in Kansas at a depository, all the documents, and we need to go back and claim all that, or research, or at least go there and bring back copies of it so that they won't be using that as an excuse saying, well, you know, we can't do any research. We ran into this issue when we were trying to determine, you know, all the kids that went to Carlisle and trying to do research. You know, it was a stumbling block, you know, and so they didn't have it, and their excuse was, well, it's probably in that depository, you know, the research that you guys want to do. And so we had to backdoor and do the research ourselves. It took us a long time to find a format to be able to get documents as we went along. So I think at some point this tribe really needs to go and bring those back. And I wanted to ask the Bureau. They said, somebody said that they can allow us to go there and see what's there, you know, and if that's true, then we need to go there and force and bring back all the documents. At least, you know, today's technology, you know, we can send somebody from IT to put it on disk or however they do that and bring that info back. So that's something that, you know, I going beyond the IRB, because we have people coming here wanting research. They want something from us. But then at the same token, we need to bring that stuff back here, back to the Rosebud. So that's my 2 cents. And I don't know if the education committee members may want to add to that, but that was my take. And I'm glad that I got invited to that particular meeting, just to give my 2 cents worth, you know? Thank you.
Dara, oh, Cheryl, then Dara, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. You know, when I was studying in college, I am a certified records manager through the National Archive, and I just wanted to comment about the particular area that you're talking about through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and just kind of share with council that after the Cobell case happened, the BIA restructured their whole filing system, and they went through with the National Archives, and they learned and established this whole new system, and it includes retention of records. And one of the places where they retain tribal records is in Lenexa, Kansas, and they call it the Cave. And it's our stuff that's there is taken care of, and it stays and remains in a controlled temperature-based area. There's specific rules where you cannot touch specific documents with your hands without gloves on them. And they do have a system where if you want to request a document, you call and they are supposed to be able to deliver it to you in 5 minutes. So they have a great system. I really think that we should go down and take a look at it and see if there's something that we do want to bring back, or if we feel like it's sufficient as long as we have access to that. And they do have a section for other tribes as well for documentation, where we can keep other documents if we choose to, that we would always have access to. So I just wanted to let Russell know that, and the rest of council know that there is a place there, and they're safe. They are safely keeping our documents. And I did see pictures and things from the Rosebud Sioux tribe when I was there. But that's only things that they saved. There are buildings and documents that we have that are sitting out in the old yard that shouldn't really be stored that way. But I just wanted to share that with council, because I think it's a good idea to make sure that we have our records, or at least have copies, because records are very important. Thank you. I also wanted to make a note in the minutes that we have the Governmental Affairs Committee work on bringing the IRB, the separate IRB boards together in a collaborative effort so they can work together.
Dara?
I'm just gonna talk about the archives too, but.
Okay. Okay. Jordan?
So kind of along the lines that, remember the gentleman that, came and had the archives that he brought, try to sell them to us? Just kind of wanted to know if, somebody started the process of maybe negotiations with him, because I do feel like those things should be within our tribe. So I don't want it to kind of fall off and us never get them, because I just hope that somebody's kind of following up with it and seeing if we could get that dollar amount worked out, or.
I think he misled the council and the administration that day. He basically wanted the time on the council floor to present that. And I think we all thought that he was gonna be donated stuff to us, and it had a price tag on it. So that kind of turned everybody off, and it was quite a big price tag on it. So I don't even know if we should go there or not, or maybe we should ask him if he could donate it. Maybe he will do that.
Some of it.
But I think he kind of went out here mad that day.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if that was gonna happen or not, Jordan. So
Okay.
I can find out and try to get a hold of him, but, I don't
Even
remember.
if we could just look at it and
Yeah.
see if, I mean, I don't know if THPO can have a little bit of input in it as well, of trying how, the avenues we could try to get that stuff back for
Yeah.
us, you know?
Yep. Okay, Pam?
I thought that day, THPO Director Iona's here, and remember she wanted.
Yeah, she's supposed to follow up on that, yeah.
She was gonna be the one to follow
Negotiate,
through with
yeah.
that and make sure that what he was doing was legal or whatever,
Yeah.
so it is in Iona's hands.
Okay, is that it for education? Martha?
Good morning, Council Administration, Oyate. Before we leave the education committee portion out, can we let the Oyate know when to expect these closing orders? I've been getting a lot of phone calls and I'm sure everybody else is getting them. So we need to let these Oyate know when they need to be expected.
Okay,
Thank you.
before we leave, I'll call Cindy down and maybe come down and give a report on where it's at. I think they're still trying to verify enrollment in school. I think they're trying to do some enrollment. Yeah, so.
I have a small update.
Yeah, sure.
So, before my community meeting, I, got some information from Micah. She's the vice chair of education. And, what she was told is that the cards are, back ordered, so they're waiting for the cards to come in. There's no finalized date on when those cards will be in. And, as far as the accounts being created to make those purchases, I believe they're on the treasurer's desk waiting for him to send them forward. So that's the only update I have. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
Okay, we're gonna go back to economic development. I mentioned earlier that we had, a meeting yesterday with I-9. I explained what his job was and what his scope of work was. We talked a little bit about how we're gonna keep this broadband project moving forward. So we had a, meeting with I-9 yesterday and SRD and IT. And, I asked, Sarah to come back today and she wants to talk about maybe some of the amendments that we need to do as far as a resolution. And we need to talk a little bit about what I-9 is actually going to do for us. And I asked him to be over here today. His name is, Arthur Heffernan. He come today to kind of explain and let everybody know exactly what's going to go happen with the project. So, well, I'll turn it over to SRD. He's handing out a resolution. It's a different one than the one that you was trying to present earlier, Cher. So it still needs to be brought on as emergency legislation though, okay?
I also have him handing out, so after the last council meeting we had, and we had agreed to, bid the prime contractor out under this grant. I was, given the task of creating the RFQ. I had the RFQ done last Monday. I'm waiting on our attorney to get back with me on whether or not it's good to release it to the public. There's a few areas I was kind of concerned about as far as like how much do we publish? We publish the funding amounts available. So those are kind of the things that. It's dealing with business.
I think that probably broadband, project that people want to know, so it's okay. I think they need to know.
So, the RFQ that.
Also, got a question?
Yeah, I know once we finalize everything on broadband and, you know, boots on the ground kind of thing, we can explain it, but right now we have adversaries, really.
Okay,
Part of our reservation, they don't need to know.
okay.
I mean, that's kind of my thing.
I agree with you, so Calvin, we need to go off. That's what you meant, Sheriff, sorry, I apologize.
That's okay. I'll be more clear.
Yeah. that resolution that, they were gonna look at over lunch hour, I guess they're gonna bring it, this contract. Make the changes and they're gonna come back with at a later date, so I told them, I said, I'll bring it back when it's ready. The other resolution that we have to deal with is we got a resolution from Red Coal. Basically, they're trying to apply for some money. The deadline is tomorrow. It's for the ISP and management of internet service. Once a project is done, and we want to apply for some money to help them do that. So I'll have start pass this out. Go ahead.
Chairman, what was the, contract for, that we needed to wait on that resolution? What is, I guess I was asking what the
When you
contract.
guys, when you approved this one that you were trying to amend, you approved I-9 as the person that's going to do the integration part of the project, and that's basically installing all the equipment. And but we needed to sign a formal contract with him, and since Rich had already ordered all the stuff for the radio part of the broadband project, we didn't go with him. We're going to RFQ it. Maybe we still will. I don't know. But since that happened, he's going to have to raise his I-9 is going to have to raise his cost on his contract because he's now responsible for ordering that equipment. So his contract is going to be different. So he's going to go back and work on it. Plus the limited waiver of sovereign immunity. He wanted to work on that with Eric. He wanted to get the right language that you guys approve of. So he's going to go back and work on it, and I'll bring it back later on. Okay?
Can we also make sure that he brings a budget back with that too?
Yeah, he's going to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody already in that grant. And I guess I had a question. So they did that within 3 weeks, and it was 5 weeks.
This one?
That's
smaller. Okay.
There's only company that copy.
Didn't have enough copies.
Didn't have enough copies.
Wait,
he came out, was just that last week.
that's yeah.
You sure this is right?
So have they provided like places of where they're gonna put all this at? Have they done leases with TLE? Have they done any kind of art services or anything with Reschedule? None of that? No. But they came and already surveyed our land and already decided to come with us. Yeah. That's one thing that Russell brought up.
This
is the same one as the one they presented earlier?
No, this is one from Red Coal. Look on the bottom. Red Coal is contracting with Beverly Santacola. So it's another grant that just basically explaining that the tribe got this NTIA grant, 48 million, and they're basically going to be responsible for being the internet service provider. They want to apply for a tribal broadband grant, for feasibility study, business plan, and financial model in the amount of $150,000. That's front and back. And Michael Point will be available by phone if you guys need him to be available. Chair, can you sit John, economic development, can you submit this, please?
Yep.
We need a number.
297.
297.
Emergency legislation. Motion to bring on 22-297 as emergency legislation.
Second. Gordon, question by.
No question.
Ray, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Oh,
0.
not voting.
1 opposed. 16, 1, 0.
1 0. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 22-297.
Second. Gordon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th, whereas on August 29th, 2022, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe received a notification of award from the NTIA for the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program grant number NT22TBC0290067 in the amount of $48,352,973.57, with a 2-year project period of August 1st, 2022 to July 31st, 2024 to complete Rosebud Broadband Phase 1 for the broadband infrastructure deployment on Rosebud Sioux tribal lands. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe directed Redco to form an internet service provider entity to provide services to homes, businesses, and tribal facilities within the Rosebud Sioux Reservation, and whereas Redco is contracting with Beverly Santacola and broadband consulting firm NEO Fiber Inc., doing business as NEO Connect, to write a grant application in the amount of $150,000 to the Bureau of Indian Affairs National Tribal Broadband Grant to pay NEO for the development of broadband business plan and financial model. The Secretary of Interior, through the Office of Indian Economic Development, OIED, Division of Economic Development, is soliciting proposals from eligible federally recognized tribes for the National Broadband Grant to support feasibility studies for the installation or expansion of high-speed internet broadband. Be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the application of the National Tribal Broadband Grant for the broadband feasibility study, business plan, and financial model in the amount of $150,000. And be it finally resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or his designee to sign and execute all required electronic documents thereof.
Discussion. Pam.
So Redco is contracting this NEO fiber, right? This Beverly Santacola, whatever. So is Redco paying for that contract? Are they requiring a reimbursement out of this grant for her writing the grant, or how's that working? It doesn't specify in here.
No, they will contract her, pay for her out of their own funds. They're just asking permission for the tribe to, permission to write the grant.
Is anybody gonna review the grant before it's submitted, or?
I don't know, Pam. I got Mike LaPointe on, get him on the phone. I was just handed this morning, basically saying there's a deadline to it. Lisa and then Sheriff, go ahead.
I know this is just to support the actual grant application that they're gonna turn in, but it's to do the feasibility study on the broadband and to develop, to write a plan for it. So, I mean, if we don't, if we get grant, if we're awarded the grant, then we can look into the other specifics. But it's just the grant writing part of it, that's what Michael was asked to write that out of Reschedule, this amount, so. There was something else there that was like the feasibility study, the plan. So let's look at the page. Yeah. Oh, the financial model. So it'll just kind of be like how much it's going to cost for it and what will update it revenue, basically, right? So what's your question if it's going to be?
So if Redco's paying for it, are they gonna request a reimbursement for contracting this person?
Paying for contracting this person?
Yeah, because that's what they're doing, they're contracting with Berkeley,
Oh, to Redco will pay for the grant writer.
So they'll pay for the grant writer, but in turn, are they gonna come back to the tribe and say, out of your dividend, we're gonna take this much because we went and wrote your grant for you?
I don't know. We could put that in there.
I
guess it's always good to look ahead.
Give us a check for zero.
Yeah.
It's always good to look ahead, I guess. So,
Sheriff, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I believe Redco has their own grant writers already on staff. So I just wanted to. I don't know. I don't know if she is, but I do know that they have their own grant writer.
Russell?
Yeah, when I hear something like, Rosebud Sioux Tribe directed Redco to form an internet service provider entity. I'm kind of curious why, you know, they are a chartered entity. And anytime that we ask one of our charters to do something, we should do it in writing. Or maybe there was a motion passed, maybe even by resolution, something to kind of cover us from later on down the road when, you know, somebody brought up, you know, in a joking way about dividend. But, you know, we haven't committed any of our dividends according to this resolution, and to arbitrarily say that, you know, oh yeah, well, down the road, we'll cover you, you know what I mean? So I'd like to read that directive. I don't know how that came about here. I don't remember it, but of course I missed some meetings too.
Lisa?
I also think if this grant is due tomorrow, is that what it? So yeah, and it's kind of hasty. Like, how long have they known this grant was open? And they should have gave us a little courtesy and let us know last time I went to. I don't know if treasurers. I wasn't at the meeting before, but have they mentioned? Did they pass anything through Redco board to forward this to council?
Unless it happened before my time being seated on the board, I don't recall this.
Okay, because I don't recall the last meeting we had either. So.
And the meeting before this past one that we had on Monday was canceled, so it wasn't discussed at the prior meeting nor was it reflected in the meeting minutes.
Okay. And I just think, you know, if we follow through with this and we have, you know, the day before it's due, we have all these questions, we should have been allowed some time to have our questions answered.
I was kind of reluctant to bring it on because I knew that.
So I have a question.
Let's get in.
Chairman, there was a motion made by the Sioux Council to have these things reviewed by our in-house attorney before they come to the floor. Was this given to Eric or any of the?
That's who gave it to me this morning.
Good afternoon, Council. And I received this yesterday afternoon. my email from Clay, and I'll read you the message. Here, please see attached draft resolution we are requesting as part of a grant application to fund the feasibility study for the ISP portion of the broadband project. Sorry for the urgency of the request, but the application is provided. Wayne Board, we are requesting being presented as an emergency resolution. The resolution just authorizes them to apply. It doesn't commit anything as far as paying for the grant writer. It sounds like they're going to cover that cost. So, grant application is successful. The cost, right? At this point, the tribe tonight out any funds. I know.
Gordon?
I guess I just have a question about doing a feasibility study. Isn't it kind of late to be doing that? Because we already have the money to do it. I mean, to start the process of having the broadband here, and we're starting a feasibility, and it's kind of, to me, it's just backwards. Feasibility should have been done before we even applied for the broadband grant and received it. Just feel like it's a little bit backwards. Then it also raises another question is like, has Redco even been in the conversations? Like I asked that last time when this was being brought up as well. I feel like that line of communication isn't happening still, and it needs to. That all these things need to go hand in hand for that to be a successful program. And I just don't feel comfortable right now. I don't feel like it's happening like that, like it should be.
Sure.
Thank you. I guess there's more in this besides just the feasibility study. It looks like if they get this grant, then they'll also help with the business plan and financial model, which I think would be very smart and a good investment, just because a lot of the businesses that Redco started were started without an actual business model to mimic, because we didn't purchase a franchise. They just started from the ground up. So, I mean, if it's just to approve them to apply for a grant, they might not even get it. So I support it.
Even?
Council, I can resonate with what Councilor Wright is saying. This did not go to the board. I did just find it out from but the feasibility study will help them identify crucial tasks that need to be completed throughout the project. So I do also recommend and support this.
More discussion? Russell?
Getting back to the directive that we've given. Who did that, and was there a motion? Or is it just a discussion here and it just happened?
Not sure how that, I don't know what conversation between Redco board or somewhere along the line, somebody approached them to ask them to be this person, ISP provider, project is done. So that's all I know. Neil?
Just to touch base on that, we had been in the talks with Santi for a long time. He would come and present to us at economic development, and it was there at that level where we told them that they should start working with Redco. So perhaps it should just be changed to economic development instead of Rosebud Sioux Tribe. I don't know if that helps, but hopefully that answers your question.
More discussion?
Well, we didn't, so now, it wasn't, so now this body, but a recommendation from a committee. So, that brings up a question, we need to at least know exactly how things take place. I would, if it's a grant proposal by Redco, maybe we should change the language a little bit just to clarify that. I'm hearing it didn't happen with the body, but maybe that's what we should have done in the first recommendation. Body. Well, we want a motion. Have Reschedule look into the possibilities of applying for the grant Sounds like a lot of financial stuff. Well, that's the purpose of the grant. If we can pass it, I mean, that's, I have no issue with that, but, you know, I think we need to, sometimes resolutions come back in conflict. We mentioned that earlier. Are they gonna take that out of dividend? We don't. Especially with the target energy like Reschedule or he'll eat thing both too. That's just my concern.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Ray? All in favor?
What if we just strike that whole H whereas?
8 whereas 2, 4, 6, 7.
We just strike that?
Yeah. Because it didn't go through any of our committees.
So as amended?
Yeah, as amended.
Looks like somebody included it anyway. It's different.
Yeah, it's a different font.
Different font.
Okay, as amended. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting? 3. Not voting?
Norman, you opposed?
3 opposed? Not voting? 0. 13, was it 13, 3, 0?
Yeah, 13, 3, 0.
13, 3, 0. Motion carried. Okay, are we done with economic development?
I only have one issue.
Okay.
I have one issue that I need to bring to the attention of the council regarding the budgets and one of our departments. So I don't know if I discuss it freely on air. I guess stop me if I can't. Our IT department, the side that's 100% grant funded, no longer has the funding to support staff and to pay staff. So the IT director approached us and asked if he's going to be able to bill the tribe for covering council meetings and any public coverage needed by Channel 93 in order to raise funds. He didn't want to start doing it and upset anybody. So he approached me and I wanted to bring that forth to council. So I told him to go to Budget and Finance Committee as well. So should I just leave it at that and send it to Budget and Finance? Okay, just wanted to make you all aware. Thank you.
Okay, we went through education, enrollment.
We don't have nothing at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jordan, go ahead.
I just had a question. So right now, I just got informed that enrollments are taking like some of them are taking up to 3 years to get enrolled. If you can kind of touch base on why it takes so long and kind of explain that process. I mean, as for me, I don't know it as well, so it'd just be nice information for me, but for the people that have the questions to clarify those.
Yeah, the ones that are waiting 3 years are the moratorium on the lineals. Everyone else is getting enrolled pretty, faster than usual because we got that December 31st deadline. So they are getting all those enrolled that they need to, but the ones that are sitting that 3 years are from the moratorium on the lineals, and we will be dealing with that. There's some legal things that we have to go through. So when we get to that, then we'll bring it to council. So we get calls and then we just let them know that that's the issue on that 3 years. It's not the research for those that are eligible for a quarter and over. Thank you.
Governmental Affairs.
We have that,
The resolution's up there, Sarge?
yeah, and, can we have Eric in here for that? That will be on the secretarial, of Interior, the removal of, Kim, can you get Eric, please, as you go? Thanks.
Health Board, Judiciary, Line of Natural, Trade, and Tax Commission.
Okay. No resolution on the table.
I have it in my email. So Eric,
Okay, there was talks earlier about all the amendments. Back in 2007, there was a constitutional convention where all these amendments were proposed to be changed. All these, and what happened was we had like 24 of them, 27 amendments. And basically there's a lot of them that are conflicting with each other. So we had Eric to go back and draft a resolution for each of those amendments so we can take them back for a vote for a secretarial election. And we actually applied for the money. The money's still sitting there to go through that process over at the Bureau, the last time I checked. But we still need to go back and basically correct those conflicting amendments. And I think they wanted to start with taking the Secretary of Interior out of the process. So that's what they want to start with. Is that what the discussion was? In
Yes.
Governmental Affairs?
Yeah, there's a resolution on that, so, Sherry pulls that up, then maybe we can get a copy, get copies made. And Eric can come in and give us legal advice.
What?
thank you. I wanted to let council know that if we approve this resolution today, it only consists of one change in the Constitution, and it's just removing the Secretary of Interior in Section 9. And once we do that, if it passes, then the council is going to need to direct President Herman to inform the Bureau of Indian Affairs that we want to have a secretarial election. And then from there, we need to create a budget with the funding that's sitting at SRD. I think it's 40,000 or 60. No, I'm not sure how much it is exactly. Is it 50? And after we create a budget for that, that's for education, to go out and educate the people. And then the secretarial election, once that happens, will be good to go. So I brought this up at my community last night and they're supporting it. But Eric's here, so I'll get from the floor while I go get this one.
Kind of want to give us the history of last time we brought this resolution to the floor to request a secretarial election. I don't have one.
She went after copies. Sherry went after copies.
And what happened? Why did the process fall apart, basically? And
It wasn't that it fell apart, it was, good afternoon again, council, it was a matter of the procedure. When the resolution is brought on the floor, it had a sufficient number of votes, but once the petition or the signature, because the Constitution says that only a petition resolution can call for a secretarial election. They didn't get sufficient number of signatures.
okay, and so she's going to present a resolution today asking for a secretarial election to take the secretary out of the secretarial election process, right?
Right. That's the one that didn't pass.
Oh, okay.
Martha got it.
It passed, but we were short 2 signatures after we had to do a signature resolution. So by then, two signatures were pulled back. So that's why we're kind of starting from scratch.
If you have, this is the one that requires, excuse me, Mr. Chair. Go ahead, Eric. This is the vote that requires the 3/4, which is in the Constitution as a number, so that's 15 or more have to be in favor. And I would suggest that you have a roll call.
16. Okay. We have 16 present today. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, but also, when I was sent the line, the first time around, as I recall, there was a response and they had some questions that they were asking. You remember what they were? I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah, they wanted the last, roll of the, voters list from the secretary's office. And that had to be submitted because once the resolution is passed and it's forwarded to the Bureau, they have 90 days to get the voters list together, and then they start the process it starts at a time frame. You have to hold the election in 90 days, the date of pass.
So those are just some of the bases that we have to cover, so we make sure we do it right this time and get it through, get it passed.
I would like to also say that by doing this, we'll be holding our own elections from now on, and we will be having to pay for the elections from now on, but we'll have more say in our elections. This election that came up with the amendments caused, they pulled the districts then, which I'm sure a lot of people will probably want their own council rep in their own, so, we can pull that amendment back up and let the people vote. What happened was a lot of them they got them in the mail, but on reservation, but they didn't send them back in. They didn't vote. They didn't send them back in when it was time for, because a lot of them, you could say everybody got it in the mail, but some of them said they didn't. So the off reservation was also allowed to do this because it wasn't a poll vote, and they made up this amendment change because of they responded. On our reservation, we don't have a high turnout on elections, and it's so important to have your opinion and go in and vote for who you want in there or what. With this, it's really important to come and get out there and vote for this so that we can run our own elections and we don't, send. What's happening on our reservation is who lives here. Off reservation doesn't deal with our day-to-days, but they were the ones who majority voted there and changed these amendments. When I go around, see people, they even ask, they would like to have their voting back in their communities to vote for just their council reps. So that would go out there for people to make that decision on what they want to do. There's a lot of amendments in there that probably will come back up for same or change, but at least, they'll have that voice this time. That education will go out there and they'll be able to understand why this is coming up for back on the ballot, bringing it to the communities for vote. So once they do that, people will be able to understand what they're voting for, and hopefully we'll have a good turnout with this. But we need to do this first so we can go on after this with the amendments. Thank you.
Lisa.
I know in the past we've been working with this and relying on Eric to compile everything and keep a record of it as much as he can, work with the secretary's office as busy as they are. But something like this to facilitate this constitutional convention with amendments, can we ask the business office to facilitate that, to compile all the information and kind of let us know where we're at with that? And
Yeah, they were a big part of it, the last one. So they had the Women for Change that took the lead on that. And the business office was a part of that. So that would be a good idea.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
To have the business office facilitate these constitutional amendments.
Okay.
And just, give us a history on how it was before and all the amendments that are out there and kind of what our legislative process has been up to that point.
Okay, we need a second. Steve, question by Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, you got the resolution in front of you. Sharon, are you gonna present this? Okay.
Before you start,
Okay.
Chair, can I make a comment? If you look at the second page, that references the Constitutional Convention. You want to leave that language as is, I can remove the strike through from the resolution. If you want the Constitutional Convention to remain a part of it, because the discussion we had was that the Constitution would be amended only by resolution of 3/4 of the tribal council. And if you want to repeal the Constitutional Convention as well, or if you want to leave it in there, then I can remove that strike.
What do you suggest? Should we leave it in there?
Well, the intent is just to remove the secretary, then you can leave it in there, because that also requires a petition of 30% of the voters. So that has nothing to do with the secretary. That's a tribal initiative.
Okay.
Option 2.
Yeah. The tribal council or the people themselves can initiate it. An amendment to the Constitution itself. So if you like, I can remove that. That's just the way that the previous Governmental Affairs committee was run.
I think we need a number. I think it was 298 over that. Yeah, I think it's
So,
298.
or you could just strike that paragraph altogether. Just strike that paragraph. It's section 2.
Okay.
Yeah, just strike that, because that refers to the Constitution. If you strike that, I'll leave it as is.
Okay, sure. You want to bring on as emergency?
That's the copy that I just handed.
Section 2, second page.
It's the second page. Yeah. Well, just strike that paragraph.
What paragraph right there?
Striking or whatever.
What's that clear?
That's the whole Article 9?
Article 2. There. Just
Yeah,
remove
it's
that
stricken
paragraph.
out. So I think he's saying, I don't think leave it in there.
I think we're confused because there's 2 of the same page, right?
Yeah, one's an attachment and one's a resolution.
So basically, we're leaving section 2 there.
Yeah,
Okay, so we're not striking it.
no.
We're leaving it there.
Well, if you leave it there, then and you pass it the way it is.
We're taking it out of the resolution, but it's still gonna be in the Constitution.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Makes sense?
Well, you two had the conversation, you didn't tell us.
Let's see then. Okay. This is a copy that was just passed out. Go to page 2, under Article 9 amendments, the second paragraph is the paragraph that refers to the Secretary of the Interior. That's the amendment that you want to take out of the Constitution, so you're striking through it. Underneath that paragraph is section 2. Just totally leave that out. Then the new language is underneath. That's the amendment to the Constitution. Yeah, right here.
And we're leaving section 1.
Leaving section 1 with the omission, yeah, with the strike through. Anybody have any questions on that? Well, it's still got to be the signatures still have to be added too, so. Because this is just the resolution to pass, and then the secretary's office will add the signatures, and everyone who will vote in favor hopefully will sign the petition. Because that's the only way that the secretary will accept this resolution as a petition resolution.
This time. This time.
Yes, this time.
Okay, go ahead.
The only way to sign this is by petition resolution and all understandable there, but there, that we pulled back, petition resolutions, we're not allowed to do them. Is that going to
In
conflict
this
with
case,
that?
this is part of the process, right?
Well,
Yeah.
It's already, the petition resolutions refers to other legislation. This is one that's specifically authorized in the Constitution, so you can't pull that back unless you amend the Constitution.
Okay, as long as we're good. Thank you.
Motion for emergency legislation for resolution
298.
298.
Second by Jordan. Need a question? Neil, all in favor?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Emergency, yeah. Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
1501.
Motion to approve resolution 298.
Okay, we need it to record, and I guess they have to do a roll call for this? Is that what you said?
I'm suggesting, yeah.
Okay.
That way whoever votes in the affirmative will be signing the petition.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hey, you wanna read it, and then we'll vote on it.
Okay. Oh, motion to approve.
A motion to approve, need a second? Jordan, go ahead.
Okay. Fifth, whereas the undersigned members of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe request the Secretary of Interior to call a secretarial election to amend the bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and amend Article 9 Amendment Section 1 in Section 1, repealing and deleting the provision requiring the Secretary of the Interior to call elections on any proposed amendment to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Constitution and bylaws as provided in the attachment number 1. And whereas the following explanation shall be included to the ballot explaining the proposed amendment and the result of casting either a yes or no vote on the proposed amendment to the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. A yes vote will allow an election to amend the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe by either resolution passed by 3/4 of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council or by petition of 30% of the qualified voters of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe in an election held by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe conducted by the RST Election Board in accordance with the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Law. Any amendment approved in such election shall become effective upon certification by the RST Election Board without requiring the approval or the participation of the Secretary of the Interior. A no vote will leave the process of amending the Constitution of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and therefore it be resolved that this resolution of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council signed by at least 3/4 of the membership of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council in accordance with Article 9, Section 1 of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, request the Secretary of Interior or her designee to call an election for the members of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to decide whether or not to approve the amendment to the bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Article 9 Amendment, Section 1, by repealing and deleting Section 1 indicated with the strike-through line and replacing it with Article 9 Amendment, Section 1, underlined as followed. Do I need to read the amendment too?
The only one that we're doing, it says,
Section 1.
therefore it be resolved. Yeah, we can, but we decided to take out section 2 because we're not gonna amend it, so.
Just the bottom one?
It needs to be amended just to say section 1.
1. This constitution may be amended by the majority vote of the Rosebuds, of the people of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe voting at an election called by the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. The president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe shall call an election upon a proposed amendment or amendments at the request by resolution passed by 3/4 of the members of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council or a petition of 30% of qualified voters of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe in an election conducted by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Board in accordance with Rosebud Sioux Tribal Law, and any amendment approved in such election shall become effective upon the certification by the RST Election Board without requiring approval or participation of the Secretary of Interior.
Any questions? Any discussion? Pam?
I'm sorry, I'm just like totally lost on this. Okay, so when Eric first explained this to me when I was asking him, he said, leave this section, but strike this section, which is section 2, right?
Basically, he meant we're not gonna put it in there, so we're gonna take that section 2 out because it's gonna stay in the Constitution. The only one that's gonna be stricken is section 1 because we're trying to change it.
And that's the one where it's gonna be amended.
Right,
So this section 2 is what's gonna stay inside the Constitution
Right.
then, right?
right.
So in there, so if we're getting rid of the Secretary of Interior to hold our elections, why do we have to ask for her permission if we're doing that?
We gotta do it.
The Constitution currently provides that they do run our constitutional amendment elections. It's going to stay that way until
Till it's amended.
tribe changes the constitution.
Yeah, so. That's the one we're gonna vote to take out, then we're gonna proceed with another one to change, to correct all the conflicting, yeah, to correct all the conflicting amendments.
Okay, so she has to approve this amendment then,
Right.
right?
Right,
So we vote on it, it doesn't go out to the people. It's because 16 of us are gonna vote yes to
No,
have
no.
her taken out.
no, we're just voting to move that forward, to have a secretary election.
So then if she approves it, then it comes back and then we take her out?
Yep, 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 after a vote.
Assuming it passes, that's the exception. It may not pass. It may not pass.
Might not pass it.
So I guess maybe for people who don't understand what the Secretary of Interior, what her purpose is in being involved with this, that might be something that needs to be explained to people. Because a lot of people have just watched recently what goes on in council where you have older people who, you know, just know by either working for the tribe at some time, knowing something of it sometime. You know, even though you guys say, well, we've talked about this before in council. Well, I think before in council, a lot of people didn't understand how to get on to channel 93. So you have people who don't understand that during that secretarial election, that it was, the ballots only went to people who had IIM accounts, which were the people that, were the ones that ended up being the only ones voting in that. A lot of people didn't understand that. And a lot of people wanted to know why it was that way. I mean, I still don't know why. It was just the IIM accounts that were held. But in any case, I think at some point after we pass this, that's probably going to have to be something that's a part of the explanation of why we're trying to, what the Secretary of Interior's role is and why we are trying to remove her or him.
Whether, and share.
I think Sherry's going to talk about the same thing. There is $50,000 for community outreach and education with the Office of Legislative Affairs for these constitutional amendments to do that community outreach and education. So there are funds available, and they've been available for at least 3 or 4 years. So
yeah,
just need to have someone coordinate that effort and get out and make the rounds.
Sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that's what that 50,000's for, but also when they hosted the last secretarial election, I voted by absentee ballot, and where the miscommunication is that if you didn't register with the Bureau, then you didn't get a ballot. So they in turn just reached out to those people who didn't register that had IIM accounts, and that's what happened there. Because I don't have an IIM account and I voted in the last secretarial election. But I do think that, on section 2, it does reference the Secretary of Interior here.
The Constitutional Convention and.
So maybe that's why you struck it in the first place.
So should we leave it stricken?
There's two ways of doing it right now. You can call for a secretarial election or you can do it by constitutional convention. So those are the two ways you can do it.
The section 2 includes the Secretary of Interior, so I do think we should strike it.
That's,
You can, well, you can leave that in and it'll be part of what's being voted on.
Okay.
Because that'll, at some point, you can, we can have our own discussion to add a provision that doesn't require the secretary to participate in a constitutional convention.
Any part of it.
You know, and we can move forward with that too. And you want to involve the bureau.
Okay.
So,
This just gives a second option for the people to pursue a constitutional convention through the Secretary of Interior instead of coming through the
yeah,
council.
now I remember the discussion. It's been a few years. That's why in the proposed amendment, it allows petition of 30% of the qualified voters to petition for an amendment as well. But it really doesn't provide for the constitutional convention.
so your recommendation is to strike it?
Well, if that's what council wants, if they want to completely remove the secretary from participating in our approving constitutional law, yeah. That's how you will accomplish that. Right now, the Bureau oversees that whole process.
I think we should strike it because we do give the people the option to pass a resolution or petition here in the new amendment. Yeah, so as amended to include the removal of section 2, section 1 and section 2.
So we're gonna, any more discussion on it? We're including section 1, section 2.
Great.
Go ahead, Ray, and then Pam.
No question. So the secretarial elections are kind of big deals for the tribe.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess, if you can explain the reason why maybe all the amendments are not going at once, because I'm getting questions, so, and we're just focusing on one.
I can explain that.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's a great question, Ray. So when we had the last secretarial election, it all went in and people voted on it and there was conflicting amendments and they passed. So we didn't want to have that happen again. So for example, in our constitution, there's 2 section 6s and they conflict. They both have different ages for council reps. One says 25, one says 30. They're conflicting, but they both passed. So they're both sitting in our constitution. So in order to prevent that and, give more authority to the people to be able to propose their own amendments, if we take out the Secretary of Interior, it will prevent a roadblock from them. They could just petition and come to council and the president can call for oh, dang, I wonder if we're still on. But the president can call for the election rather than waiting for the Secretary of Interior.
Pam, then Lisa, and Eileen.
So I guess I asked a question of my colleague, what's the difference between a secretarial election and what did I say?
The secretarial election is called by the council.
Okay.
And the constitutional convention is done by the people. That's the people's initiative. They go out and do the petition for the election.
And then, according to the Constitution, it says in here, the Constitution and bylaws may be amended by a majority vote of the qualified voters of the Rosebud Sioux tribe voting at an election called for that purpose by the Secretary of Interior, provided that at least 30% of those entitled to vote shall vote in such election. Now, I have a issue with that because according to our, where, our election person, wherever she's at. Yeah, inside of our election code that was recently passed, in there, community members are only looked at as if they attend a meeting. They can reside in that community all their life, never attend a community meeting, so they'll never be on the voters list. And if they register, then it's the election office that puts them on that list. Now, let's say all of a sudden they decided to move, the only one that can take them off that list is that individual. So they could have moved to a different community and been resided in that community according to their community bylaws of 30 days or more to live in their community. And they will still come back to this community and vote. I think a lot of that needs to be cleared up. But because you're going to get people who are going to say that they voted, but they're not in that community anymore. There's just a lot of things that need to be done. And then that's why when Governmental Affairs first came on, of taking up some tasks, that was one of my first things that I had asked you guys to go through was the election code, because that was recently changed, and in there's a lot of conflicting things that conflict with the people's bylaws of the communities.
Go ahead, Chair. We'll give you answer that, and then we have Lisa and Eileen.
Thank you. So that's something that the Governmental Affairs Committee is working on. And one of our solutions is that the election code, or that the election office is the primary keeper of the voters list, and that the communities have their own separate voting lists for their community elections. That way, people who turn 18 can register to vote at the election office, and they won't, and then the other suggestion was to have a neutral polling place for them, but that the election office would be, the election board would be the one who had the master election or voters list for the main elections, and not the, and it might differ from the community list, if that makes sense. So we are working on it, and we're waiting for the election office to come back with the recommended changes and proposed changes. So we're on it, Pam.
Eileen?
With that, also, we're going to be working with the community chairs to come in to the government and meet with Governmental Affairs to start their bylaws. And in that bylaws, their election policies should be in there on it. These issues, I call them issues because some have really strict policies to be able to get on the that community, and some aren't. You know, you live there, you're there. So something in writing for every community for the next person to know is what we're pushing for. So we'll be working with and setting up a meeting with the chairs to do that, so that we can they can all have bylaws and address the issues that are going on now, and they'll know, it'll be all wrote down, so the next people coming in can know what's going on and go with that. And also the other reason on the secretarial election is Like I said before, that our reservation people see our needs here. Off reservation don't know our needs. So that's another reason that we are needing to have the people on our reservation to vote. And if we keep the secretary in to look at these next amendments that we're going to be bringing up, it'll go out the same way because they have the say to how they're going to run the election. And it'll go back out, could go back out all just IMM, or it could just go out how it was before. So, you know, we need it on our reservation, like our tribal elected votes, our elections. So we just need to be consistent with that and do that in this also. So that's another thing that this is going to help with. Thank you.
Ray?
I just have a question on, so on the therefore be resolved, this resolution, Rosebud Tribal Council. Okay, so it says request the Secretary of Interior or her designee to call an election. So how long does that typically take? Like when let's say it gets passed and forwarded on, does it take like 90 days? They have a year
They
to
have
do
to
it?
have it
Within 90 days? Okay.
The regulation. The last time I looked at it. That's what it
It's
said.
90, okay, thank you.
We don't have 15 in here, so is there any more discussion on it? We don't have enough to vote on it, so.
You know, just when it comes, it's just a comment. So, you know, the right to vote is a constitutional right to every registered voter. That's why we got to encourage registration and withdrawing from whatever, you know, if you move from community to community. So that way, that's how we keep track of our registered voters. So, but did you want to take the floor for me?
No, I just came over. Make sure just in case anybody had questions. I was like, oh my gosh, everybody messaging me. They're talking about your office. Like,
Okay, is there any more discussion?
See how rumors get started. Here you went to get the other.
Okay. Call for the question.
Question.
Before you come up with it.
Linda has been a very big part of the process for the Women for Change, and so we kind of called on her for a while there, but she kind of got tired of answering our questions, so.
Russell and Steve said when we're done arguing about it, they're ready to.
Okay, all right.
Can we hear from Linda?
No, I just have one comment. Is, what, the tribal council before passed the motion. The tribal council before passed the motion, there was some, this discussion about the, off-reservation, tribal members voting and on-reservation tribal members voting, that big question. Well, in the beginning, the CFR itself says that the same class of people who voted in the first secretarial election way back when they first adopted this constitution, then that same class of people are the people who are supposed to be voting on any amendments to this constitution, and that's in the CFR. But however, all these years, the BIA misinterpreted that. And even this section that you're talking about, that it's a conflict, section 6, that's the only one that's conflicting. And again, the BIA dropped the ball because the CFR itself, which they abide by, the CFR itself says that when the BIA receives constitutional amendments, more than one amendment to a section, then they're supposed to take it by chronological order. And they're only supposed to accept the first one, not a second one, not a third one. You know, they're only supposed to accept the one, and that's supposed to be the first one. However, they did not do that. They just passed them both. And it's their fault, which they won't admit, but it is their fault according to the CFR that they are the ones that brought this confusion upon us in that section. And then the thing is, the council, there's also in the voting, and I did, and Eric will probably, may remember this, but the council passed the motion, that we as a tribe will abide by our constitution as it is, because if you look in your constitution, there's a part that says elections. Okay, under that section, it says the people who are going to vote, in order to be eligible to vote, these people have to reside on the reservation for 30 days prior to an election. And it says that you have to be a registered tribal member, you're enrolled tribal member, and you have to reside here, 18 and above. And so we, the council said that, okay, we're going to go by our constitution, and the people who will vote in the secretarial election will be the people who meet the residency requirement, the requirements that are listed in our constitution and bylaws. And that motion is still standing. It has never been reconsidered or amended, and it's still standing and still in effect. And so I think that it should be part of this resolution at the very end, because this will limit who's going to vote on this in this secretarial election. And in this, you're right, the BIA did use the IIM addresses to send out ballots, but in order to vote on a secretarial election, you do not have to have an IIM account. However, you do have to be an enrolled tribal member and then meet the other requirements in our constitution. Thank you. Thank you for that, Linda. I guess it's under Article 6, Section 1. Any enrolled member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe at least 18 years of age who has resided for at least 30 days immediately prior to the election day in the district in which he anticipates to vote is qualified to vote. That's what it says in here. But again, I said there's things inside the election code that say different. So to me, any tribal member over the age of 18 living in a community longer than 30 days is allowed to cast a ballot during this election. But that needs to be clarified inside the election code, because somebody can challenge that. That's why I brought it up. It wasn't to create problems and have people call you and say they're talking about you. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the code and the Constitution. So I just wanted to express that. Thank you very much.
Any more discussion? Shakira?
Hi, my name is Shakira Radlingly, and I am the admin assistant for the election office. I've been there for the last 4 years. This really does contradict a lot in our election ordinance and the Constitution. If you can clearly see our registration form, I run across this all the time, and I keep telling our communities, you guys need to have a community list by yourself and leave my voter registration alone. Because, on here, it does say on our voter registration form, community officer verification, and it does say that in our ordinance. It needs to be signed off by a community officer, and I have a lot of our community officers, we have a change every year. Some of them have been there for years, some of them are brand new, but some of them just don't want to sign off on this. So I have hundreds of registered voters that are in limbo because they say, well, you need to go to 2 meetings, you need to go to 6 meetings, you need to go to 4 meetings. Whatever the bylaws say in that community, they won't accept you as a community member, but I keep telling everybody, but according to our Constitution, they meet all of these requirements. So a lot of our people that came in and registered, I just registered them because I wasn't violating our Constitution.
So then I have community presidents coming to me and telling me, well, why did you put them on the list? Well, because they met all the requirements, but they didn't ask to be part of our community. Doesn't say they have to be asked or have to be led into a community. And now I'm running across people that are removing community members. You have community presidents that are removing community members, and they're coming in upset because I refuse to take them off our voter registration. That's not, I don't have that right to do that. The person that is registered to vote they're the ones that have to come in and remove themselves. I can't take them off. A community president can't come in and tell me, we remove them from the community. Well, what gave you that right to remove them from the community?
Right.
I don't understand that. And I need clarification on that because I get phone calls all the time. I just had one person come down and say, well, did you remove her off our community list? And I said, no, I don't have that right to do that. He said, well, I said, well, you can remove her from your community list, but I can't remove her from our voter registration. He said, that's not right. He said, you know, I'm going to take this up. I said, well, go ahead, take it up with council, take it up with whoever you need to take it up with. I'm just doing my job. I cannot remove her, even though you have the minutes that say you removed her as a community person. I can't remove her as a voter, a registered voter.
Janelle.
Thank you. Nothing, I'm not gonna say anything bad. All I'm just gonna say is like, that'd really be nice if you could get on channel 93 and like do like informational type of little like program.
PSA or
Yeah, to let people know kind of like where you stand and what you do, and you know that you're following the Constitution.
Yeah.
So that they understand, because it seems to me like he's not connecting the dots there.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand that they're not the same thing.
Yeah.
And so I just think that it'd be less of a headache for you if you could get out there and do PSA.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Sharon.
Who's next?
Thank you. I just, I don't want the election code to hold this up, because that's something that we as a body and a committee could constantly be working on. This is a formal process that takes time, because once we send the letter, how many days is it going to take to get there? When's the election going to be called? It's that people are going to have notice, and then it may go out and it may fail. So I just would like for us to vote it up or down.
Up or down? How many do we have in the room? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We need 2 more or.
Eileen.
Oh.
There's no speaker in the back.
Yeah.
Just waiting for Norm.
We have enough in the room?
Yeah, 15.
3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15. We'll call for the question. Lisa. Roll call vote. Move these amendments forward.
Jordan Ron. Yeah. Russell Gobert.
Oh.
Lisa Whitepipe. Yes. Steve Braid.
Yes.
Stan Woodnight. Vanessa Redhawk.
Yes.
Michael Underman.
I vote.
Yes. Fremont Fallis.
Yes.
Neil Blackfeather.
Yes.
Bill Marshall.
Yes.
Wayne Frederick. Eileen Shaw. Yes. Martha Blue Thunder. Jerry Wright. Mike.
Yes.
Norman Running Senior.
Yes.
Pam Kilson-Water. Raven Troigo.
Yes.
Dara Ayat. Yes. Donna Hollhorn Bear. White spotted tail.
Nope.
Sixteen voting yes, 0 voting no, 0 abstaining, and 4 absent. Motion carried.
Okay, that's it's a good deal now. Go ahead, Russell.
Yeah, let's take it one step further.
Yep.
Get those documents together, Secretary's office, and get all the signatures right now.
Yes, that's the comment I was gonna make. The last time we went through this process, we did the petition and I think someone decided to remove the name from the voting, so, it didn't match up and we was kind of stalled out there, so,
5-minute break.
yes. 10-minute break.
10-minute break.
Don't run away.
Let's check.
Thank you, council. One more thing. I would like to make a motion to direct President Herman to initiate the process informing the Bureau of Indian Affairs that we requested a secretarial election.
After we get the
After we get the petition.
signatures, okay. Second, Lisa, question by Pam. All in favor?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
16 opposed.
0.
Not voting.
0.
Initiate the process.
5 minutes then? or-
10
We got 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
2 Chinese. 2 Chinese, right? 3.
we'll move on. There was a motion made that, by share that, the president initiate the process of the secretary election. Was second by Lisa, question by Pam, the vote was 16-0-0. And we are still on governmental affairs, so when that, we'll pass the petition around, we can sign it while we're talking, moving forward with the agenda.
We didn't have anything after that.
That's it, governmental affairs.
Yes.
So we'll go on to health board. Go ahead,
Just real quickly, whenever we're at education part of the agenda, one of my colleagues asked about the clothing orders, and I was getting questions if Cindy was gonna come down here and, explain. Just before the day ends?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get a chance to call her, I'll get her on the phone. Okay, health board.
We do have resolutions. Okay. Why don't you pass them up? And then.
All right.
Here. These ones get passed out too. Let me see, I'm just going through my minutes here. Okay, just for informational purposes, I received a message today that the IHS director will meet with us in that little conference room on the side of the multipurpose after the Deb Holland hearing to make it convenient for us, because then she has to go on to Pine Ridge.
I think she said 1 to 4. I think she was actually giving some time, so I'm kind of.
Yeah, I don't know what time.
I'm disappointed if she's going to do it that way, but she did get text, and I'm having Eric draft a resolution basically saying that we're having a special meeting out to the multi-purpose SGU building on Saturday from 1 to 5.
Okay. I just got a message from Joe Amiot. He was trying to reach out to you or Wayne, and I told him Wayne was out sick, so you might want to reach out to him to get the specifics on that.
She agreed to come to the council chambers, so.
Well, what he's saying is she wants us to keep it over there just so they can move forward with their going to.
As long as she gives us the time that we were expecting. So.
Yeah, reach out to Joe to get the specifics on that. Yesterday I did touch a little bit on the community COVID trailers, where we were going to use them for outreach clinics in conjunction with our mobile unit. We do have a motion from to refer to council that the community COVID trailers will be used for the PHN outreach program, and that they'll be remain under the health administration until December 31st of 2023. And that the utilities will be paid out of the MNI line item. So that would be my motion.
Okay.
I just heard talking about. I didn't make it yesterday. I just informed.
Okay, we need a second to our motion. Pam? Any discussion? Go ahead.
Since they're going to be using those, are they keeping them in the communities?
Yep, they're keeping them in the communities, and what's going to happen is that mobile unit's going to go through and do telemed, and they're going to be doing more like preventative care. So they're going to be covering like refills. They'll be doing like referrals and telemed through there, but we're using them so that they can hook up to the trailers, and then they'll already have running water on them. So
Are they going to fix the trailers that are messed up?
yeah, just refer it to Skyla, because ours had windows that were broke out.
Okay, thank you.
Can you restate your motion? She didn't get it recorded, so.
Yeah, I'll give you the notes whenever.
Okay, Jordan, go ahead.
And those would be, the tribe will still pay for the bills?
Yep, they're gonna be paid out of the MNI line item under health administration.
Okay, thank you.
She has money for that.
Okay, there's no more discussion. We need a question.
We're not on that one yet.
Question, Eileen. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried.
And then we had a little discussion on moving forward with how we want to approach the changes we need under our IHS lawsuit. There was a motion made to recommend to tribal council to have River Bluff consultants submit a proposal to facilitate a public forum under the IHS lawsuit, and that forum will just include, testimony or care that wasn't given by IHS or what type of services we need.
Who's gonna coordinate that?
We asked that the River Bluff consultants do it,
Okay.
OJ's team. And then I talked with him last week after we passed this motion, and he's gonna try to bring Brendan Johnson down and Bruce Finzen to be here for that forum.
Okay.
And they were the attorneys that were influential into getting that lawsuit,
So
filing that lawsuit for us.
did you say that was a motion form or?
Yep.
Okay, motion to have River Bluff, coordinate and,
Facilitate the public forum regarding the IHS lawsuit.
okay. Need a second? Huh?
That was that.
Any discussion? Ray, go ahead.
Is that gonna cost us anything for them to come and?
No, one thing through Brendan Johnson's law firm, they did that whole lawsuit pro bono.
Well, I'm talking about OJ.
It-
For OJ and them?
They already have a contract with us. Yeah.
Okay, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Another thing was that last week I did pass that resolution, 2022-293, which was regarding the vocational rehab program that Burdette Clifford brought in. And then we ended up having, health board on Thursday, and we had a lengthy discussion about that. And that program was put under health administration, but it doesn't fall under the master contracts. So we had a pretty big discussion about that. And as you know, during the pandemic, we did put a lot of programs under Skyla, which we may have to go back and take a look at now and kind of weed them out. And that might be something that we're going to be discussing here in the future about taking a lot of those programs that we put under her during the pandemic out.
It's a pretty big load for her.
Yeah. And after we took a look at what health programs are included under the master contract under the health administration. So with that, the health board recommended that Redco consider overseeing the vocational rehabilitation grant.
Redco or?
Yeah, because they're doing like on the job training, looking for, that's basically what it was. I don't know. Have you talked to SNETP about taking over this grant?
I didn't get a chance to. I called, I think when I was gonna call, I got busy, so.
Yeah, we kind of discussed that too, and I know you didn't have a chance to reach out to her the day after council, so we thought that it would fall under Redco too, because it's for, job training, job searching, and.
So do you want to bring that resolution back that approved it?
Well,
put it under, or are you just gonna amend it?
we could amend it to take out, reconsider and amend, resolution 2022-293.
Okay,
And where it's putting it under health administration, change health administration to Redco.
okay. All right, need a second. Pam? Any discussion? Not, we'll call for the question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
293.
Pam?
2022-293.
Discussion.
That one for vocational rehab was passed on the 4th. October 4th. And then, this one I have been contacted, by our animal clinic. They're gonna have another spay and neuter clinic and a health wellness clinic about, Chairman, have you looked at it, received the information on getting rooms down at the casino for our veterinarians?
I've done that in the past. I can do it again. Last year when they came, or last time they came, I did that for them. So if you want me to do it again, I will. I just need a number, kind of a number.
Okay, we got from October 21st through October 23rd, they'll need 5 rooms.
21st to the what?
23rd.
5 rooms. Okay.
And then October 26th through the 31st, they'll need 6 rooms.
Okay.
Do you need a motion for that?
No, I can do it.
Okay. And then this thick one here, I don't think this one went through health board. Is that grant? Huh? Motion for emergency legislation. We'll start off with this thick one.
Thick one?
Yeah.
Motion for emergency legislation, second by Pam. The number is 299? 300. Need a question? Steve, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion to approve.
I'll start with motion to approve 2022-300.
A second, Pam, go ahead.
I'll start at the 5th whereas. Whereas the Indian Health Service has released the funding cooperative agreement HHS 2022 IHS TSGN-0002, the Tribal Self-Governance Negotiation Cooperative Agreement Program, with the purpose of supporting tribes with the cost of self-governance negotiations to pursue an assumption of services from the Indian Health Service. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has expressed interest in pursuing an assumption of healthcare services from the Indian Health Service as a way to improve the quality of healthcare delivered to tribal members. Whereas the RST Health Administration has prepared an application for the cooperative agreement that includes a contract with the law firm Hobbs, Strauss, Dean, and Walker to act as legal counsel to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for a 12-month period to support negotiations with Indian Health Service. Whereas the application budget requests $77,000 total over a 12-month period for the legal counsel contract and $7,000 total to support 2 on-site visits by legal counsel and consultants for in-person planning, discussion, and negotiations. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the RST Health Administration's application for the cooperative agreement HHS-2022-IHS-TSGN-0002 with a total budget of $84,000 over a 12-month period to support a contract for legal counsel for negotiations with the Indian Health Service.
Is there any discussion? Not, we need a question. Vanessa, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
The next resolution will be the amended motion to reconsider and amend resolution number 2022-174.
Need a second, Pam? Go ahead.
And what we're amending is the third from the bottom, whereas we are now including age 4-month-old through 5-year-old that is able to receive the first booster after completion of primary series of COVID vaccine is eligible to receive a $500 incentive. And then the following whereases are the age groups that we have already approved.
Okay, any discussion? Eileen?
They just approved 5 to 11-year-olds today, so are they going to be included?
They are included on the second to the bottom whereas, where it says five.
Okay.
Age 5 through 11 is also able to receive the first booster after completion. We already approved that.
Oh,
one.
okay, thank you.
Yesterday, we had IHS give us an update on the.
Bivalent?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something we're gonna have to take back to committee. I talked with, Skyla and with Kelly about it, so we're gonna have to take a look at, you know, the bivalent and when that comes through, and then we'll probably end up coming up with another resolution for
So if
that.
I was to get the bivalent today, I cannot submit an application as, okay,
Not until this body here passes a resolution to include that.
well, let's include it.
That also includes not only the COVID vaccines, but the monkeypox.
Okay, any more discussion? Question, Ray?
Oh, one more question. And these ones that you're amending, it's just the first booster?
Yep.
And it doesn't include a second booster?
There is no second booster.
Also, there's not, okay,
There's just the 2 vaccines and then 1 booster.
for these age groups?
Yep.
Okay,
Remember
Until
she told us that
until
yesterday?
they get approved and then, okay.
Yeah.
They had actually 2 vaccinations, 1 booster, and then they had one for over 50 and the one that was at risk. So they actually had 2 boosters, but they're not calling this last one a booster. It's basically,
It's a bivalent because it includes,
yeah,
it includes the Omicron, the first the first COVID variant, and then the monkeypox.
right.
So that's why they call it a bivalent.
Better go get some monkeypox shot, Ray.
We're gonna take,
A lot of
that's
bananas.
why we gotta take it back because they need to bring us more information. That was just approved. IHS just approved it like the other day, so.
Okay, sir, any more discussion? Steve, question? Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
Yeah, to include them.
Not voting?
5.
Motion carried.
Are you planning on going to NCAI? Should I just pass this resolution or?
Yeah, just go, well, I was planning on it. After the discussion we had the other day, I was gonna go, so,
We'll go ahead and,
okay.
so we'll pass that one out. And then this other one is for. Okay, I'll do a motion for, emergency legislation.
Okay. Second? By Pam? What is it? Okay, motion by Lisa for emergency legislation. The number is 301. Need a second?
Pam seconded.
Pam second. 3 questions. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
Opposed. 0.
Not voting.
4. Well,
Motion to approve.
Motion approved 2022-301.
Second by Pam.
I'll start at the 6th whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has invited Rosalind So, Director of Indian Health Service, to meet with the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to discuss healthcare and delivery of health services to the people of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby designates the Sinte Galeshka University Multipurpose Center for a special meeting of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council October 15th, 2022 from 1 p.m. Central Standard Time to 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. And therefore be it further resolved that the majority of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council also resolves to waive the rule requiring a 3-day notice in writing prior to scheduling of a special meeting of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council as provided in ordinance number 84-06, ordinance to implement the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, section 8B.
Is there any discussion?
What,
Go ahead, Russell. And then Tennille.
Oh, I was just gonna question it.
Oh, anyway, are we gonna have this meeting shooting from the hip or?
I think we probably need to meet before this and actually have come up with some type of priorities. I know we talked a lot about law enforcement, healthcare, our roads, public safety. We just got a lot of issues that when we go down and we talk about our housing, we talk about our burial programs. So those are some of the things that we should be talking about when we get there. Road department, yep.
That was gonna be part of my question too, as I was gonna say, what are your, are you gonna have any impact statements or talking points, or what is the plan here?
Usually we have our lobbyist develop something for us. Right now we have two lobbyist firms that are doing that for us, OJ and Brett Healy. And then we have Mark Van Norman and his wife that do the same thing for us. And they really work well together. So they go back and forth. And it's a really big help for having two people doing that for us when we get down there. So they both do a good job about setting up meetings and seeing the right people. So
One thing I think we need to address too is we need a permanent area director to address our current health issues.
Are they implementing anything that's in bureau?
NCI.
Or, no,
Yeah.
you were here yesterday, they're implementing that,
CS?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first time I heard about it.
This is the NCI.
Yes, that should probably be one of our talking points for discussion on Saturday and Saturday. Yes, position.
Yes,
Melody brought up yesterday.
Yeah, I think one of the, I think Chairman Frazier is really, he really, hit home with that when they had their meeting in DC. And, I think that was when Elizabeth Fowler was going out of office. So it's good that maybe we need to remind the new one coming in that, it's still an issue. And we take that serious when we select somebody, we have interviews, and then, they don't select the ones that especially from the Great Plains chairman's, being there and being part of the interview process and then selecting the position and recommending that person, and it never happens. So I think we need to talk about that.
Yeah, we need to ask for direct consultation on issues like that.
Right.
Because they didn't come here and approach us and let us know about any of that.
Yep.
Yesterday was the first time I heard about it. And another thing that needs to be addressed too, I think, is to increase the PRC dollars.
Yep.
So that we can open up the priority list to offer just the first priority of life and limb.
Yeah.
So, and in IHS, their federal budget doesn't allow them to move money around. So if they have more money in one section, they can't move it into PRC. It's all earmarked for that one specific purpose. But those are just some topics that I.
Yeah. Okay, any more discussion? Not, we'll call for the question. Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Motion to approve 2022-302. I'll start at the fourth whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe qualifies for membership in the National Congress of American
Are
Indians.
you bringing it as emergency? Is it emergency or? Emergency, so 302 emergency, second by Pam. Need a question? Vanessa, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Number
302.
1400. Oh, 1402.
1402. Motion to approve.
Strike that first reading. Second, motion to approve 2022-302.
Second by Pam. Go ahead.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe qualifies for membership in the National Congress of American Indians, NCAI. For tribal membership as defined by Article 2, Section S, 1S, subsection B of the Constitution, bylaws and rules of order of NCAI. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and directs the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate to take the necessary action for the Rosebud Sioux tribe to become a current member in good standing of NCAI. And be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes tribal funds in the amount of $6,500 for payment of the tribal membership dues in accordance with Article 4, Section 3, bylaws and rules of order NCAI. And be it further resolved that in accordance with Article 3, Section B1, subsection B of the NCAI bylaws, tribal delegates, alternate delegates, the tribe designates the following voting officials of the Rosebud Sioux tribe as delegates and alternate delegates, and directs and authorizes each elected official of the tribe to become members in good standing of NCAI to fulfill their responsibilities as official tribal delegates of the Rosebud Sioux tribe to NCAI 2022 through 2023 as follows. Tribal President Scott O. Herman or his designee, Tribal Vice President and alternates, members and officers of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, Secretary, Treasurer, Tribal Council, Community Representatives.
Discussion. Question? Tennille? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
That's all I have for health board. Thank you, Council.
Lisa, can you bring on the one, that resolution that's for the special meeting on Saturday? Oh, I'm getting confused.
That was 301.
Okay, all right. Linda confused me. I'll blame somebody else.
That other resolution I read in.
All right, is that it for health board then?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right,
Council.
let's go on to judiciary. Okay. Land and natural, I seen land and natural.
New Year.
Okay. Land and natural.
I waited all day for land and natural.
Second.
Yeah, I think a couple more too. Eric is here. This first resolution that's passed now is resolution reference to the problem we got some additional funding zero. So that. Secretary is a little bit, starting that arm a little slow today. I don't know what's going on.
I have a question. It's way off base.
Russell, did you notice that all these new running shoes are really, they got Hoka on them? So I don't know if they, it's a Lakota word for let's go, right? So I don't know if they.
That's a shorter version of Hoka Hey.
Yeah.
Here he's wearing one.
Pam?
It's just for my information, okay, being that this is a legal document that I'm signing that's gonna get recognized by Secretary of Interior. And I ran for council with Pamela J. Kilsenwater. But this just says Pamela Kilsenwater. Does that matter?
I don't
No?
think so. I
Are
don't
you
think so.
sure? You positive? Don't wanna waste my ink.
All the council meeting minutes just say Pamela.
Okay, I just wanted to. Don't start that again. Barely got Russell to stop saying that.
So this, first resolution, sound like a amendment or got amendment to this resolution?
Okay. So you're bringing on that, looks like it needs a number, so it's gonna be 303. Motion to bring on as emergency legislation. Second by Tennille. Any question? Dara? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion to approve. 303. Second by Vanessa. Go ahead, Russell.
Whereas in 2010, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, approximately today Washington tribe jointly purchased approximately 2,000 plus acres of land in Black Hills known as Peshla to reclaim the area as a sacred site, to reintroduce bison and preserve the area for cultural activities and traditional ceremonies. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resource Committee recommends the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to adopt and approve the award from the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs 2022 year-end surplus funding in amount of $180,000 for Peshla for bison herd management, infrastructure assessment and installation, maintenance and repair in accordance with the attached scope of work. Now therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby agrees and adopts and approves the award from the U.S. Department of Interior for 2022 year-end surplus funding in amount of $180,000 for Peshla for bison herd management, infrastructure assessment, installation, maintenance, and repair fencing in accordance with the attached scope of work. And be it finally resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council directs and authorizes the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to execute any necessary documents to accept the 2022 year-end funding award from the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call the motion out of order because it was done wrong. I didn't see that it was amending this back resolution here, so I'll have you make another motion to reconsider and amend 2022-109. And you already read it into the record, so we need a second. Tennille?
Question.
Question?
109?
Yeah, 109. So if there's no discussion on it, we'll call for the question. Jordan? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Okay, the next one is, resolution 265, motion to approve.
Need a second? Jordan?
Okay, I'll start on, whereas RST Water Resource Program submitted 3 proposals, copies attached to BIA for funding for FY 2023. And whereas the proposals are real-time ground monitoring network for $91,900, stream flow gauging for $46,300, and to update the groundwater data base for $76,500. And whereas the proposals were reviewed by RST Land and Natural Resources, and they have recommended approval to Tribal Council. Now therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approved the committee's recommendations and direct the tribal president for submission to BIA of all 3 proposals for funding and direct water resources program for implementation.
Any discussion? Question? Vanessa? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
The other resolutions, Eric, do you have those resolutions?
Yeah.
So 303, right? That's what it's gonna be.
Particular resolution is to amend resolution 2022-52, and it's an amendment.
Okay, there's a motion to reconsider and amend 2022-52. Need a second? To Neil? Go ahead, Russell.
All right, Eric, just explain the proposed changes in the amendment. I think it's all underlined.
Good afternoon again, Tribal Council. If you look at page 2, some of the clarifying amendment changes to Amendment 2022-52 R1 was a amendment to the second, be it further resolved to establish a presidential Sioux Nation Commission to the United States Sioux Nation Commission. The last result, be it further resolved on that page, is to add Black Elk National Forest, Custer National Forest, Kelvin National Forest, Nebraska National Forest to the Sioux Tribes for management by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, if interested is misspelled, and interested Sioux Tribes. The resolution originally provided that all the other tribes would be included, but this resolution is for Rosebud to go ahead, and the other tribes can join later on if they want. So Rosebud will be taking the lead on this co-management issue. So that's the primary amendments, is to add those different federal lands, and next, be it further resolved, adds Mount Rushmore National Park, Bouquet National Park, Devil's Tower National Park, and to the list of parks and forests that the tribe is interested in co-managing. Those are the changes.
Any discussion?
Nikon was on there too, right?
Your name is it? Hey, go tell Linda.
Like, you know, you must be out there.
What she just remember,
Get further resolved.
Okay, we can include that one.
Included, Ian Kava,
Yeah.
or Ian Kava as we, Washitu call it.
On the sign it says Kara.
Yeah, I know. That's, you know that's Oglala Orthography Day used that. Really?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
but they're trying to get some precious metal out of there, remember,
Yeah.
just for.
Okay, do we need some amendments to the resolution?
Those are just to approve those, motion is just to approve those.
Okay,
As amended.
as amended, so, okay. Any more discussion? Need a question? Vanessa? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
What's the next one?
Next one is similar to that last one. This is a new resolution. This resolution is, the intent of this resolution is for the rest of the Great Plains tribes to follow Rosebud's lead and requesting co-management with some of these federal agencies and to remove the Black Hills from the Mining Act of 1877 by executive action, President Biden. It's a pretty long resolution, Mark, that I'm going to read it. That's the intent of this resolution.
I think you wrote it, you're gonna read it.
Okay, but it would be great if we could get this in time for tomorrow's meeting.
Motion to bring this resolution on as emergency legislation.
Okay. Second by Jordan. Now the number is 303. Any question? Sure. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Need a second. Tennille?
And I'll request the secretary to go ahead and read that. All first on English.
Which one is that?
This one right here. Yeah, yeah, long one.
Before she starts, Council, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
This resolution, I'll add our heading to it. It doesn't have any heading. It refers to the boilerplate, the clauses, all that. So it requires that.
Resolution requesting co-management agreements with the United States of America, USDA Secretary, U.S. Forest Service, Secretary of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Reclamation, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Agency, and Bureau of Indian Affairs for the Black Hills National Forest.
What is that number, Steve?
Rights. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is a sovereign, self-determined, self-governing Indian nation with inherent sovereign authority over our members and our territory. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is one of the federally recognized Indian tribes of the Great Sioux Nation. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is party to the 1850 treaty between the Sioux Nation et al. And the United States of America, and party to the 1868 treaty between the Great Sioux Nation and the United States of America. And whereas the Great Sioux Nation fought the 1866 to 68 Powder River War and fought the battles of Killdeer Mountain and the Badlands to defend our Lakota Oyate from attacks by the United States Army and to protect our homeland from encroachment of the United States of America on our national territory. In the 1868 treaty with the Great Sioux Nation, the United States of America acknowledged the Lakota Nakota Dakota Oyate as an independent sovereign nation, pledging from this day forward all war between parties to this agreement shall forever cease. The government of the United States desires peace, and its honor is hereby pledged to keep it. The Indians desire peace, and we now pledge their honor to maintain it. Self-defense is a sovereign authority and right of self-government, and is the hallmark of the independent sovereignty of the Great Sioux Nation and Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas in the 1868 treaty with the Great Sioux Nation, the United States acknowledged our permanent homeland. Article 2, the United States agrees that the following district of country, to wit, BIZ, commencing on the east bank of the Missouri River, where the 46th parallel of north latitude crosses the same, thence along low water mark down said east bank to the point opposite, where the northern line of the state of Nebraska strikes the river, thence west across said river,
and along the northern line of Nebraska to the 104th degree of longitude west from Greenwich, thence north on said meridian to a point where the 46th parallel of north latitude intercepts the same, thence due east along said parallel to the place of beginning. And in addition thereto, all existing reservations on the east bank, is it east or west? East bank. On the
east. Yeah, because
East, it's a typo.
yeah,
that should
east
be the west bank.
to the west.
Yeah, because the treaty provides it.
West Bank?
Yeah, the boundary of the reservation is the other side. Oh, yeah, the east. East, right. I'm giving you.
That's okay. Okay, west bank of said river shall be in the same as set apart for the absolute and undisturbed use and occupation of the Indians herein named. United States now solemnly agrees that no persons except those herein designated and authorized so to do and except such officers, agents, and employees of the government as may be authorized to enter upon Indian reservations in discharge of duties enjoined by law shall ever be permitted to pass over, settle upon, or reside in the territory described in this article, or in such territory as may be added to this reservation for the use of said Indians. The 14th Amendment was ratified under our 1868 Great Sioux Nation Treaty, was negotiated. The 14th Amendment affirms the original constitution of Native nations as sovereigns with primary jurisdiction of our Native citizens. So, in the citizenship clause of our Lakota, we're not U.S. citizens by birth, because our people were not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. And by excluding Indians not taxed from the 14th Amendment's amendment apportionment clause. Whereas when our 1868 treaty was ratified, the United States of America agreed that Lakota retain all of the benefits of the treaty if we become American citizens. Our inherent and original natural law rights to self-determination and self-government are among our most essential rights under the treaty. And we are citizens of the Great Sioux Nation and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas Sioux Nation tribes maintain our ownership and sovereign authority over our original treaty territory, which we have never voluntarily ceded, in the United States versus Sioux Nation, 448 U.S. 371, 1980, the Supreme Court held that the law Congress enacted to seize our Black Hills was unconstitutional and contrary to the 1868 treaty. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe maintains that Congress is without power to change our treaty unilaterally, the United States of America must enter into negotiations with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and sister Sioux tribes to return the Black Hills. And whereas without waiving any of the foregoing, Congress has enacted the Tribal Forest Management Act to authorize co-management contracts between the United States of America acting through the U.S. Forest Service, USFS, the Tribal Forest Management Demonstration Projects in the 2018 Farm Bill, 25 U.S.C. 311B, 3115B, and Public Law 93638, contracts with the USFS, Department of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, and federally recognized Indian tribes. And whereas Public Law 93638 was passed in January 1975 to provide maximum Indian participation in the government and education of the Indian people, to provide for the full participation of Indian tribes in programs and services conducted by the federal government for Indians, and to encourage the development of human resources of the Indians, to establish a program of assistance to upgrade Indian education, to support the right of Indian citizens to control their own educational activities and for other purposes. The act is titled Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, and commonly referred to as ISEEAA or 638. The authority has had significant amendments since 1975. The Department of Interior, DOI, and Health and Human Services, HHS, are the principal departments. Section 8703 of the 2018 Farm Bill, Public Law 115-334, and 5 USC 3115B provides authority to the Forest Service for tribal forest management demonstration projects. Whereas Title 25 USC 115B provides tribal forest management demonstration projects. A, in general, the Secretary of the Interior and that Secretary may carry out demonstration projects by which federally recognized Indian tribes or tribal organizations may contract to perform administrative, management, or other functions of programs of the Tribal Forest Protection Act of 2004, 25 USC 3115A, ETSEQ, through contracts entered into under the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, 25 USC 5304, how do you say that?
Yes.
The requirements with respect to any contract or project carried out under subsection A. 1. On National Forest System land, the Secretary shall carry out all functions delegated to the Secretary of the Interior under the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, 25 USC 5304 ETSEQ. The Secretary or the Secretary of the Interior, as applicable, shall make any decisions required to be made under A, the National Environmental Policy Act of 1979, 42 USC 4321 ETSEQ, and B, the Tribal Forest Protection Act of 2004, 25 USC 3115A ETSEQ, and 3, the contract or project shall be entered into under and in accordance with Section 403B, 2 of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, 25 USC 5363B, 2, Public Law 115-334, Title 8, 8703, December 20, 2018, 132, Stat 4877. Whereas Section 307B of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, as amended, 43 USC 1701 ETSEQ, provides that the Secretary of the Interior may undertake programs of resource management through cooperative agreements. The Wyden Amendment, Section 323 of Public Law 105-277, as amended by Public Law 107-63, Section 330, and permanently authorized by the Public Law 111-11, Section 3001, authorizes the U.S. Forest Service to enter into cooperative agreements with willing federal, tribal, state, and local governments for the protection, restoration, and enhancement of fish and wildlife habitat and other resources on public and private land that benefit those resources within the watershed. Whereas the President has also issued several executive orders directing agencies to coordinate with federally recognized Indian tribes for matters covered by Order Number 3403, including Executive Order 13007, Indian Sacred Sites, directing each executive branch agency with statutory or administrative responsibility for the management of federal land shall, to the extent practicable, permitted by law, and not clearly inconsistent with essential agency functions, One, accommodate access to and ceremonial use of Indian sacred sites by the Indian religious practitioners. And two, avoid adversely affecting the physical integrity of such sacred sites. Where appropriate, agencies shall maintain the confidentiality of sacred sites. Executive Order 13175, consultation and coordination with Indian tribal governments. Directing federal agencies to engage in meaningful government-to-government consultation with Indian tribes. Provide regulatory and statutory waivers to Indian tribes to increase flexible policy approaches at the tribal level and use consensual mechanisms for developing regulations on issues relating to tribal self-government, tribal trust resources, or Indian tribal treaty and other rights. Anybody want to take over?
Whereas the benefits, the proposed co-management agreement will strengthen the management of the Black Hills National Forest by increasing public land management effectiveness, enhancing natural and cultural resource program coordination, and providing enhanced tribal engagement in management decisions in order to ensure a greater level of consistency and effectiveness in the management of the resources within the Black Hills. The cooperative agreement of the RST Rosebud Sioux Tribe, tribal officials, planners, resource specialists, and general membership will provide the BLM and USFS access to knowledge, expertise, resources, and services not otherwise available in the development and coordination of resource management programs, land use planning, and management of the resources within the Black Hills. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe reserves all of its original inherent and inalienable rights to sovereignty, self-determination, and self-government over our people and territory, and all of our 1851 and 1868 treaty rights without limitation. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has trust lands in the Black Hills and Rapid City, South Dakota, adjacent to the Black Hills National Forest, as required by the Tribal Forest Protection Act. Now therefore be it resolved. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby calls upon the United States of America to enter into a co-management agreement with the Secretary of Agriculture, the United States Forest Service, USFS, pursuant to Public Law 93-638, the Tribal Forest Management Demonstration Projects, pursuant to Section 8703 of the 2018 Farm Bill, Public Law 115-134, 25 USC Section 3115B, and the Tribal Forest Management Act, and calls upon the Secretary of the Interior and the Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Reclamation, and Bureau of Indian Affairs to enter into a Public Law 93-638 contract, utilizing all available authorities for co-management of the Black Hills National Forest surface and subsurface land, natural resources, and waters, including but not limited to an intergovernmental personnel assignment for the RST co-superintendent of the Black Hills National Forest on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and other interested Sioux Nation tribes. Convening of a Rosebud Sioux Tribe and Sioux Nation Tribe Council on Forest Management to engage in nation-to-nation dialogue with the Secretary of the USDA, USFS, Secretary of the Interior, BLM, and BIA. A plan to protect Unchimaka, Grandmother Earth, and the Black Hills National Forest, including planting of 2 million native Black Hills spruce and pine trees and deciduous trees such as aspens, cottonwoods, and oaks, and planting 250,000 native fruit trees and shrubs, including choke cherries and plums, and restoring bison, promoting elk, deer, cougar, wolf, and other wildlife, including birds, fish, amphibians, and native insects. Co-management of the Black Hills National Forest, habitat, and wildlife and water quality. Withdrawal of the Black Hills National Forest from the 1872 Mining Act. Protecting the environmental quality of the Black Hills National Forest. Protecting the water quality of the Black Hills watersheds. Protecting endangered species and promoting their recovery. Providing archaeological and historic preservation services. protecting sacred sites and cultural properties, providing fire protection and prevention services, co-management of forest facilities and promotion of renewable energy at forest facilities, co-management of Forest Service surplus land program activities and surplus land returns to the Sioux Nation, wilderness management of the Black Hills Wilderness through the hiring of Rosebud Sioux and Sister Sioux Nation tribe forestry officials by the tribe to work in conjunction with the United States Forest Service and provide ranger biomanagement, environmental management, and forest protection services. Stewardship functions, including bark beetle management, reduction of invasive species, and management of forest detritus, beetle damaged trees, and surplus wood. Research of the health and viability of the Black Hills National Forest, flora and fauna. Visitor welcome and guidance, cultural interpretation, and education on Lakota culture. Education on 1851 and 1868 treaty, Indian self-determination, self-government, and sovereignty, and the Constitution, treaties, and laws of the United States concerning Native American affairs, education on the biosphere, climate change, and climate remediation, good neighbor activities, development of interactive consultation and planning with neighboring governments, including South Dakota, Pennington, Fall River, Custer, and Meade counties, among other counties, Rapid City, Sturgis, Spearfish, and other cities, outreach to other federally recognized Indian tribes, and management of gift shops, hospitality, and concessions. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe calls upon Congress, Secretary of the USDA, and Secretary of the Interior, and their respective agencies to enter into an appropriate co-management agreement, contract, and funding agreement to carry out the foregoing functions. Be it further resolved, the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized to enter into necessary agreements and execute necessary documentation to implement the co-management of the Black Hills.
Okay, as amended, there was a couple of typos in there. I don't know if we all understood what was said, but is there any discussion?
It is a big bite.
Yeah.
And, will probably cause the Secretary of Interior to go out and have a cigarette after starting. It's a process.
Keith?
Question.
Question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
One more.
One more?
Got another one?
Yeah, one more, and this is for that
It ain't that lengthy, is it?
address. No, it says 2 pages. And I can read this one too if you'd like. The background information on this, Mr. Chair, is that I've been working with the Forest Service, or not the Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service of the Department of Interior to return the seized headdress that they seized in a criminal action at Houston Airport. The person possessing the headdress, which is composed of eagle feathers, is not a member of the federally recognized tribe. He received it as a gift from Chief Crow Dog, and the headdress was forfeited to the United States government, and I've been working on trying to get the headdress returned. They originally proposed a loan agreement that was renewable for 5 years, and after discussion with Land and Natural Committee, the Land and Natural Committee decided to recommend that we pursue full ownership and return of that and repatriation of that headdress without any conditions or strings attached, and that's the purpose of this resolution. So,
Need a motion for emergency legislation. Russell, second by Dara. Question by Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
The motion, the number is 304. Motion to approve. Need a second. Vanessa.
Go ahead, Eric.
Okay.
Can, skip some of the language.
Okay, I'll skip down to the, let's see, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. The eighth whereas in treaties, the United States pledged to protect Indian tribes, guaranteed the right of tribal self-government, and has undertaken a trust responsibility to promote the viability of Indian reservations and lands as permanent homelands for tribes. And whereas on November 15, 2021, the Biden-Harris administration, in a statement of release fact sheet building of a new era, should be not year, new era of nation-to-nation engagement, United States President Joseph Biden stated that on January 26, 2021, the president signed a memorandum committing the administration to the fulfillment of federal trust and treaty responsibilities, to respecting tribal self-governance, and to conducting regular, meaningful, and robust consultations with tribal nations on a broad range of policy issues. And whereas the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, the custodian of wildlife products housed should be at the National Wildlife Property Repository at Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge, which are seized, abandoned, or forfeited through investigations and inspections by the Service's Office of Law Enforcement, has proposed a loan of a Lakota headdress, a Sundance Chief headdress, confiscated by United States Fish and Wildlife agents from Mr. Valerio Kohalia on or about February 14, 2020 at Intercontinental Airport, Houston, should be Texas. Whereas in a letter signed by then President Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Rodney M. Bordeaux, on August 10, 2021, President Bordeaux verified and confirmed that Mr. Kohalia was adopted under the traditional laws and customs of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe by Chief Leonard Crodog, deceased, and as an adopted member of the Lakota Sioux Tribe, is authorized to perform duties and traditional ceremonies and has the right to possess sacred objects, including a Sundance Chief headdress. Chief Crodog was a well-known and respected spiritual leader of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and to all Lakota peoples. The headdress was made locally and may have been embellished with beadwork from other tribes. And whereas the letter requested the Special Agent in Charge, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, to honor the request to repatriate and return the seized headdress and other sacred items to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Lands and Natural Resources Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council request government-to-government consultation, the United States President Joseph Biden, the United States Department of the Interior Secretary Deb Haaland, for the return of the seized Lakota headdress without restriction or condition, and full recognition that the Lakota Sundance headdress is a sacred object and should be returned and repatriated to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Lands and Natural Resources Committee to request government-to-government consultation with the United States President Joseph Biden and United States Department of Interior Secretary Deb Haaland for the return of the seized Lakota headdress without restriction or condition, and full recognition that the Lakota Sundance headdress is a sacred object and should be returned and repatriated to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And be it further resolved that the President or his authorized designee is directed and authorized to sign any and all documents necessary to enforce this resolution on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Discussion. Go ahead, Keith.
Good afternoon, Council. My question is, who's going to be responsible for the headdress? Who and I one could take on. Secondly, it's, we know that other situation, other tribes, nationalities. And the part is, if it comes here, where it's going to go. We got to look long in the future if this is really going to implement, because we have to look at other situations as religious purposes. It could fall under the Freedom of Religion Act. But again, you know, we determine that right. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Russell?
Will be how here for now, where we do maintain some headdresses.
Okay.
Oh, that's it.
Norman?
Secondly, I don't know that word you used, that That was just a comment, right?
No, my team was, just like Russell said, have it stored here for now. So get it situated.
All right. Any more discussion? Need a question? From Steve? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council.
Thank you, Eric. Are you the one that's requesting travel to Las Vegas? Do I need to make that motion? I'm just teasing.
Motion for bonus. No more.
Thank you, Council.
Not a natural. We go to personnel.
Sorry, we don't have anything right now.
Okay. Social services. Talk about some turkeys, huh?
Yeah. Let's talk turkey. And then I did call Wilda, text Wilda and ask her to come down.
Okay.
We're gonna reconsider and amend the resolution on the turkeys. We have a exact amount. We had it at 100,000. And that's all. And, Josh. Somebody did it. Here. Oh, no, there's just a few of these here.
Just amending.
You got any more?
I didn't even keep myself one.
The price was, we just put a price in there, it wasn't for sure.
And I need copies of these. Sorry, he has to make some more copies.
Pam, do you got a comment, question?
If I wouldn't mind, I have a director been sitting here for over an hour. I could pass our resolution for transportation.
Okay, can we, I
Don't
think.
mind?
Eileen, the turkey resolution, it had a different number on there. So it's just a matter of making a motion to reconsider and amend it to change that price on there. So we can do that without anything else because we already passed it. So if you just explain the amendment,
Okay.
we'll go ahead and do that.
All right, so the amendment, they got a quote, it was put at 100,000, but it's 50,000, what is that, 700? And so to reconsider and amend this motion to, this resolution to change that 100,000 to 50,700.
Okay. The number was, you're reconsidering and amending, what number? What's that number on there?
He took it for copies.
289?
I don't think there's a number on there.
287.
Okay.
Okay. Then we need a second. Second by Pam. Any discussion? Need a question? Vanessa, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried.
I have one more for mine on social service, but we'll let Linda go ahead and we're still waiting for Wilda anyways.
Okay. Go ahead, Pam.
This first one that's going out is a change order. It's change order for the 6 mile work that's being done out here. And what they're doing is they added pipe downspout from gas station parking lot, added chevrons, removed speed limit zones east of dam. added type D permanent seed mixture adjustment to retaining wall, concrete paving, guardrail, railing, backfill at dam. This one here is, the change order amount is $230,595.25. This one here, I can't remember what the resolution number was. But we already passed it by resolution to get started on that 6 mile corner, 6 mile. Maybe just a change order for it.
How will we do this? They don't have a resolution or change order. Has to be done by new resolution, doesn't it?
Pam, I talked to Linda the other day about, yesterday morning, was it, Linda? And we talked about having an attached resolution, making this, change order. And I don't know if it needs a separate resolution or if we can just reconsider and amend the old one, but any change order needs to come by resolution to be approved by council.
We passed 2 change orders. Do you remember that through the committee?
Okay.
The money that we need to move and identify for financial stake, we have this amount that we're asking for even now to move it from contingency into the construction of it. The whole thing was going to cost 17 million, and with this change order, they're right at the end. So this is the, I'm not going to say the last, because we're going to have a big savings on that one next phase, and I have to bring a changeover back for that, so we could put it in for the next phase.
So I guess my question again is, do we pass this by motion or do we need a resolution attached?
It's a motion, because we're not moving money into it, it's already there. I just need to move it over to the line item.
Okay.
It's moving it from the contingency line item into the construction line item.
Okay, so you're.
So my motion will be to allow the transportation program regarding the BIA Route 7 Phase 1 change order in amount of $230,595.25 from the contingency line item to the construction line item.
Is that correct, Linda? Okay. Need a second. Ray? Any question by Lisa? Oh, go ahead.
The only thing you just said, change order, you say change order 3 is best.
Oh, okay. I can say change order, add change order 3 and
Okay.
change order 3 of Phase 1.
There was a second. There's a question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Carried.
Yeah.
Okay. This one here is the resolution that needs amending, and it's resolution number 2019-88.
So motion to reconsider and amend 2019-88. Need a second. Ray? Go ahead and read the amendments.
In this one here, on the second page, whereas KLJ is requesting an increase in their amount by $126,216.27 due to additional services to be performed by the engineering to complete the phase 1 of the BIA Route 7 to US Highway 83 improvement project. Your contract amount is $664,000. The increased amount will be $126,216.27. The new total to the contract will be $790,216.27. And the fourth whereas the Tribal Transportation Committee met at a regular meeting on April 9th, 2019 with the quorum present and did review all of the bids and recommended to hire KLJ Incorporated for construction engineering oversight services for the amount of $790,216.27 to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council.
Is there any discussion? Increasing the amount. Any question? Lisa? Where's our Sarge? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0. Motion carried. Go ahead, Lisa.
I don't know, Sherry, I had some inquiries too about the streetlights in Rosebud, Sherry. Did you want to ask her about that or what, about the, remember yesterday we discussed the streetlights in Rosebud, so.
Yeah, I think the community, so Linda, they had a question yesterday about streetlights and when they request streetlights to be put in, who actually pays to put them in? Is it communities or does it come from a line item that belongs to you? Well, do you know where they come from?
They have to be replaced and put some in.
Yeah, we need to be replaced and we need to put them in. We need to know the line item that the lights are paid for as far as each month, so.
That's for the tribe.
Okay,
We were, up until today, able to do a pathway with lighting with, as a project. Today they cut us off. We can have the pathway, but they took the lights away. So if you notice that, First Creek, and notice the ones at the casino. There's one light over the highway, one light over the walkway. Not like that up there. That's a state one. And they just chose to light up the road instead of the pathway. Now they're not going to be able to do that too, because we put applications in for grants for pathway with lighting, and we got notified today by Adam Larson that anyone that put it in with lights, they're going to take that. Transportation. So, those of you that go to the big house way over in the east, we need those lights. We know we need them. You know, it's so dark out. We're not, busy to all these bright lights and everything's lit up. We have to use our cat eyes. But we have the transportation, Great Plains has 2 on a coordinating committee, and that's Dave Kelly from Pine Ridge and Dakota Longbreak from Eagle Creek. And we talked to them when we found out that they just stepped on us. And they're going to be going to the next one in DC and start the process to try and get them to put it back together. Those guys that sit up there, even with our liaison people. We have a liaison that moved from Vancouver to Minnesota, and he wants to come down to meet with us. But we are going to, it's going to be in November. But the two are going to start it because a few years ago, the planners and the transportation portion of that met with TVIC. We lobbied them and we got them to give like roads an increase. Wasn't a great big one, but you know, we made it happen. So from my funding, my annual funding, I support our, George's maintenance, and we give him just under $1 million. What he gets from BIA is really cookie crumbs. It's not even $1 million. So if we didn't give that to him, he could not finish everything that he does. And we don't say, you got to use it for this. If he's maintaining the roads, he can pick, the seasonal people and put them on because we need them in this, really bad summer. So please, anybody that goes to DC, get buddy with me.
I think there was a question yesterday about the pathway lights up here, the solar lights.
Yeah, I got
the life of the batteries and who actually maintenances that.
I just got a visit from a guy who brought me in a catalog. He said he was trying to get with George, but I didn't want to tell him that he was, under tests. So he gave me that, and I got it in here, and I want to give it to him because they said that the company that put these in, they don't carry those batteries. And this guy said that these ones are really bright, and he could send like a Zoom show. So I need to get with either George or Bruce, because Bruce says George is standard.
So I guess, I don't know, that was Rosebud.
I heard
her question yesterday, so I guess, so who maintenances those? George, okay.
Until the project is finished,
Okay.
we're in charge of it. But after it's finished, then George is the maintenance for the roads and stuff, so they do it.
It's the lights as well.
Yeah.
Any new lights that are in the communities? I think you said they had a tribal line item. That's something that maybe the treasurer can look into to see what line item that those lights get paid out of. I know Admiral did that at one time from the community building to the college. And they put in lights there, and they added that expense to the line item that the tribe had gave for those lights. So I'm not sure which one it is, but something that we might need to follow up on with the treasurer.
Also, when we met with State DOT in June, in 2023, from desktop, they're going to change all those like LEDs out to not just to Antelope. They're going to go to the other. Mm-hmm. So then we're gonna, we already have it in our long range and on our tip with halfway there. And then that first entry to the commodity building. Ike was always, you probably heard him, but it got on there and it's coming up, so.
Jordan?
Can you kind of give us, give me some insight maybe on the, school zone markings, or how do we go about that? I brought it up yesterday, and I guess I'm just wondering, like, if there's somebody that I can talk to on the state side to try to get them marked, or what the conversations need to happen to get those done.
When, I'm hoping that you're talking about Heat Dog School.
And Mission at Pond County.
On Heat Dog School, we noticed when it was going up, there was nothing for safety. No identification that there's a school coming, or the bus is there, slow down, you know, all of that. So we contacted Doug Sherman and we told him, or we asked him, hey, did Todd County get a hold of you? He said no, and I said, well, they're building a school and it's just about done. I don't see anything for safety for those kids. So they did go to whatever committee that they have over there, and they made from outside on the west side of Farm Lane all the way through up to where Margaret DeVille's house is. They changed that to 30 miles an hour. And where that curve, you know, it had taken at 45. They took that and just put the curve identification, not how fast you could go, because it's 30 miles an hour. And in which part are you talking about?
Kind of
The
just
elementary?
like, yeah, just like right up there. So I don't know if you noticed or like watch like around 3 when the schools are letting out how busy it is, and then you kind of have to stay on the road because the line backs up to the pickup line, and then the semis are just coming from the south, right, fast, and then but there's nothing there to even identifying that that's a school zone when you're coming. I mean, it tells you to slow down to 45 right around that hill where Soldier Woman's at, but there's nothing that identifies that there's schools right there.
I noticed at one time we wanted we asked for an identification like by Turtle Creek, and that I noticed that there don't even have to be a cop there. It says slow down and it flashes and it makes them slow down. I mean they don't have to, but
it does.
It does.
We have that one out by Antelope that where it's not due, so.
Good. But
On Antelope side, they have the housing side, so is Antelope, is SWA responsible for that SWA side of that for lights, or do you know anything about that?
they put some in along
On the south side, as we get a lot of requests for speed bumps, and we just don't know who covers which roads. I know on the south side, north side of Antelope, SWA usually takes care of and maintains those roads. On the south side, I think they gave that to, I don't know if they gave it to roads or if they gave it to motor fuel, but we never know where to go to ask for the speed bumps.
I'll tell you, on our inventory, all the streets in the 20 communities are on George's inventory too. So he maintains the community, the streets. And those lights that are in the streets on the north, yeah, SWA had them put in.
Okay.
But I'm not sure the ones on the south side. And so, I know I had another individual that wanted speed bumps. Ooh, I went over those ones at the. I went slow, but I still built. Anyway, there are some different kinds that you can put in because of the winter.
I bet Stan had a question or comment. Go ahead, Stan.
Reverse the lighting. I think we had one.
Yeah.
Lighting, massive production, with reinforced concrete. And I've been running into some, I've been working on it and I ran into the restriction issues. With the highway state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, remember when I talked to you on the phone I told you that is a state road. And from the time that that accident happened, we've been meeting with them. Now we need to push, I'm gonna ask the council to do a resolution to, tell them that it's a, very not good, you know, because we lost 6 of our members there. And then all they did was make those grooves and asphalt, and we told them that we needed bigger signs. We needed some kind of identification because it's on a hill to turn. And then they put these big signs in, but that was all. So we told them that we wanted lights. We need lights. There's a lot of pedestrians that use that too. So they're supposed to be doing that. That's why I said,
Okay,
we will stay on it.
Ray, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a question, speaking of signs, the, three-way here.
Yeah,
If there's any plans, and then especially during winter time coming up, because it's kind of came out of nowhere, but I mean, it's there, and just.
That's not gonna be a stop sign. It's temporarily a stop sign because it's gonna be a freeway stop lights. And I had a conversation with Linda a long time ago. They had a runaway for the trucks that came too fast. And she remembered it was behind Pawhavis's, but George's stuff's there. If that and it go boom. But I don't know if they used the Spotted Tail golf course for golfing. And if not, that would be a, you know, a one to use and just build that one up so when they hit it, stop before they get into the whole, you know, business area.
Okay, we have some more social service stuff, but thank you for answering our questions.
I want to let you all know, they emailed us, state DOT, and they CC'd the superintendent of Scott County Schools. So, they want us to meet them out at Dog School parking lot on the 17th at 2 o'clock. I was gonna tell everybody that when I came to transportation meeting, but there was nobody there, so. I'm telling you all, we need you. And the superintendent, school. Me, I love turning in. I let my granddaughter off there and it was like, it's on a hill. You know, it's all right if you always drive a big truck or something, but people drive cars. Thank you. Go on and on. If you know what, if you guys want to ask anything about what, we're doing, how we're doing it and that, we're in the BIA building where the old Head Start administration is. So you're welcome to come over, can show you a bunch and tell you everything. Thank you.
Eileen.
Thank you, Linda. I'm gonna bring up the elder age for the tribal programs. I'd like to make a motion to set the elder age for the Rosebud Sioux tribe, their tribal programs to go with the age of 60 years old for elder age. Some are 62, some are 65. I don't know who does 55, but I think 60 is a good age for elder. So I'd like to make a motion to set the elder age for the Rosebud Sioux tribe and all the tribal programs to go with the age of 60 for their elder assistance.
Okay, there's a motion by Eileen to raise not raise it, but, for the elder age to be 60 years old for all programs to be recognized, right?
Yes.
Okay. Need a second. Vanessa? Any discussion? Any question?
Norman, question.
Norman, question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Thank you.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Can you get that out to the programs so they'll know?
We'll get that motion excerpt and then we'll get it out, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have, Wilda from social service here and she needs to address council on a few matters, but there, some personal issues in here. So can we go off the air?
Hello, thank you for watching RST's Channel 93 and stay tuned for more local and tribal content.